Well, hello there, Master Hellish here, and welcome to our Tuesday night KSP Let's Play. I was going to say Kerbal Space Program and KSP at the same time, and it nearly came out as Chaos Purple. So, there we go. Jobs are good, and hello everybody, how are we? You know what, I've got a checklist now for going live, so I know, like, I've got to do this, got to do that, set up this, set up that, and turn that on, and flick that, and change that, and turn that off. And the one thing that I haven't actually got on the checklist is launch the game. But I mean, yeah, we'll get round to that. We will get round to that. So, I have literally just enabled threaded topics on the Viewer Plus server. No, not on the public Discord. On the public Discord, we're currently testing it out. It is interesting. So when you create a thread, it does a drop down on the channel, and I think the thread has a life. You can leave a thread, and you can delete a thread, and you can archive a thread. And it auto-archives after either 1 hour or 24 hours. So yeah, we're just testing that out. Jack and Mac just decided to test a brand new thread. Okay, so it looks like Jack and Mac's threaded out my question to people about how people think I could improve things. Brandon says it seems useless, but he obviously has no idea how threaded conversations work. Yeah, we're going to do some Kerbal stuff, and I've got a small surprise for you once we get started with that. But we'll have a chat first, and we'll do the since last time. If you're not watching live, fast forward to about 15 minutes into the video if you want to go straight to the gameplay. Yeah, yeah. Once people get used to threaded conversations, it'll be so much better. Reply feature only just does one reply. Threaded conversations are just so much better for this sort of thing. I've used threaded conversations at work for certain things. It's really good. I'm so glad that they brought that feature through to Discord. I feel like any platform which has multiple people talking in a channel could do with threaded conversations. That hello, like, yeah, you started a thread and you put hello Hellish, so maybe that should be any thoughts on ways I can improve anything I already do, or something like that. I could go to the thread, and then we can I edit the thread? There we go, look, I've edited the thread and I've changed the title of the thread so people knows what the thread's all about, and people can do that. It's like a mini chat room then. I mean, I don't know if Brandon's too young to remember forums, but forums are essentially threaded conversations. So, you know, you can basically, don't think of it as a chat room, think of it as a conversation. So in a channel you might have multiple conversations, and they also might all be happening at the same time, about different things. Brandon says, yeah, but you can't make a sub forum in the middle of a forum. You can. You can. That's exactly what you can do. Basically you have top level categories, and then you can break them out into when somebody posts in a forum, that is the start of a thread, and you see all the replies to that post in there. So you're looking at it from the wrong level. So think of it as, I mean, if you think about it, the comments on a YouTube video, each YouTube video is a thread, and the comments are a conversation beyond that. More emojis, says Jack and Mac. Yeah, potentially. There's a treasure hunt going on in chat as well. So yeah, I mean, Brandon, I think based on what you've said, you just need to think a little bit about the way you're viewing it. Yeah, you're thinking on the wrong level or from the wrong angle. I think once you get in the right mindset of where threads are good and why we have threaded conversations, or the reason why and how they're used a little bit more, I think you will get to like it. If people aren't used to threaded conversations, Reddit's threaded. You post something, then there's comment answers. But also within that, Reddit's kind of double threaded, because each answer to a Reddit post, you can reply to that specific one. So maybe that's a little bit different. It doesn't notify you when there's a message in a thread, though. Looks like you can change it. It's certainly highlighting it for me. I think if you join in the thread, it tells you who's in the thread as well, which is nice. So you can basically think of it as side conversations. The channel is the main conversation, and if somebody brings up a topic or has a question, you can thread it off, and you can really go down the bits and bobs with that if you wanted to. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. That is the biggest thing today, threaded conversations, I think. The stream was nearly like proper late. Family commitments, garden digging. I've been doing so much digging in the garden recently. It's concerning. But yeah, easier than making a new channel. You could think of it as a temporary sub channel for a particular conversation. That's another way of looking at it. I like it a lot. It's going to take a little bit of getting used to. But yeah, we can't have it on the Viewer Plus Discord, because the Viewer Plus Discord is not a public community. You can only enable it on the public ones yet. It's going to come, I think it's the 17th of August. All Discord servers will be able to have it. But for now, community servers like the Master Hellish public one will be able to do it first. So yeah, check the heist. I don't need to check the heist. The heists automatically go on by themselves, and I can choose whether to talk about the heist or not. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But I can see that Brandon and yourself came away with some plunder there, some loot, some good old loot. So yeah, digging, lots of digging, busy at the day job, and I'm also trying to refine hellish things at the moment. So the improved webcam with the depth. Look at the depth on that. My hand is so blurry. Yeah, then I'm in focus over here. I think it's what did I say it was? Was it a 2.4 aperture on that one? I think. It's pretty cool. I think I posted some pictures of it in the Discord. I can't remember. The last few days have been like a whirlwind, but I'm going to get a little bit of a sort of break coming up. Digging in the rain, James says. Actually, we had the rain last night, so the ground was just a little bit softer. So with no rain in the daytime today for us, it was hot. It's what we call muggy. I don't know if that term is used throughout the country or even throughout the world, but we call it muggy. It's that kind of horrible, claggy, soup-like air. It's not a sauna sort of dry heat. It's not very nice. Did you put all your cups outside then? It's sort of muggy. Yeah, muggy's the right word. I just don't know if other people around the country, and because I'm from Lincolnshire in the UK, we have a word in this part of the country, which is mardy. But I don't know if other people will know that very well. These days, with the internet and things like that, colloquialisms, as I believe they're called, have been spread out quite a lot. But yeah, I think muggy is pretty commonplace. Mardy, maybe not so much. I tell you what, if I smash these Kerbals into the surface of something today, or they get lost to space, then yes, I will be Mardy then. Yeah, DJ Egg didn't know of muggy, but DJ Egg isn't from the UK, as far as I'm aware. So So yeah, I think actually while we're doing these chatty segments, I should move the chat to here. So I like, yeah, I like that. I like that. So feedback on the chatty segments before we start the gaming. I like them personally because it gives me time to kind of like converse with you guys. It's nice to have a good chat with you without getting too distracted with the game. It gives me the opportunity to give you guys, bring you guys up to speed on things that are going on and all that sort of thing, and it gives you guys, a chance to talk to me as well. Yeah, there's some really weird English slang or colloquial. Oh, I said it perfectly previously. Colloquialisms or whatever it is. I don't know. I guess if I put chat down here in the bottom left, it actually looks like I'm looking at chat when I'm looking at chat. So look there, it's Jackamak says I like spam. I have no idea why Jackamak said I like spam, but he likes spam. Well, there we go, folks. We've had a little chat. We can continue to chat as we press forward, but I just wanted to make sure that the joystick is in and that everything's cool and working. I've lost Kerbal Space Program. No, found it. Don't worry. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if the word's been adopted to a different meaning than the original Jackamak, or whether it was just dual meaning in the first place, but then like one of those meanings has taken off more recently. I don't know. Yeah, internet was. You can get spam that's not on the internet, can't you? Is it just? It originates from a Monty Python sketch. Oh wow, okay. I did not know that. Are we set to the right game on Twitch? Because Twitch has been a bit twitchy recently. With what game I'm actually playing. Let's have a look. Also, I apologise for the. It says I'm just chatting. I need to change that. There's been a few. I don't know why it's come up as just chatting. I know that's what I was doing last time, but I could have sworn I told it. I'm gonna have to change. Oh dear. Where do where's my dashboard? Create a dashboard. There we go. This is something that I need to speak to the Restream team about, because they keep getting it wrong. Like, I enter the details and it doesn't change. It's happened on a few of my streams recently. There we go. So now if we go to my stream, back to my channel, refresh. Yeah, Kerbal Space Program. Brilliant. Cool. Right then, open close tab. Yep, that's all good. Alright, we've got the dashboards up and going, Kerbal Space Program's up and running. Let's get into our game. I'll be in a hot tub next. Oh dear. You know what, sometimes you see those on the home screen and stuff, and I'm just like, why? Why are these even here? Doesn't make any sense. There we go. Well, here we go, folks. We're in Kerbal Space Program. I'm in the wrong business. Is it because I'm not in a hot? Yeah, there's a category now for that. Basically, they changed just chatting to into a category of itself, and then added other things alongside it. I can't remember what they are, but here we go. We are in Kerbal Space Program. We are going to attempt something pretty interesting today, and before we crack on with what we're doing today, thank you very much to Jackamak. Here's a reminder of what happened last time. What I want to do is I want to build something that can leave Kerbin's orbit, orbit the moon, go to Minmus, out of the sphere of influence of Kerbin and back again. And in 3, 2, 1. There it is. Oh wow, we can see all three. And hopefully we can actually land this without too much of a problem. So now we are under 2 kilometers. I'm going to slow us to 30 meters per second. And we've landed on Minmus. No problem, with 3,000 meters per second of delta V left. That is insane. To begin with, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send 2 of my scientists, J-Bay and Network 17. Now you've got to remember, these Kerbals that we're flying, they need to actually return, gain the XP. You only gain XP when you get back to Kerbin. We're going to get over those hills okay. Look, no we're not. We're going to crash into that hill. We need to land here. We need to perform an emergency landing. Right, here we go. We're about 2 kilometers up, falling down at 45 meters per second. Last 30 meters, 20. Coming in at about 3 meters per second. Oh, we're going sideways. Oh no. We fell over! We might be able to save these 2 without... That was the second stage exploding over there. It's not good that they're on their side. We'll let go. And look at how far these Kerbals jump. With their steps here. It is triumphant. So if we do a lift like this... This is silly, but it is what reaction wheels can do in a low gravity. I mean, we can go the wrong way, that's for sure. Yes. And we are now going to get these 2 off Minmus, round out of the Kerbin sphere of influence, and back to Kerbin. And now to now. Hello. Fantastic motion there. Here we go. We are on the surface of Minmus, and like I just said, we need to get these people home via a trip out of the Kerbin system. But wait. I've done something since last time. Can anybody guess what it is in the chat? Can anybody have a guess of what I've done since last time? Yeah, the flags are there, but they don't count. What's that? What's that down there? Landed on ice cream. We have landed on ice cream. Nope. That's the flag. That's the other. There we go. I sent a second one. And this is a slightly upgraded version. It's got blinky blue flashing lights. It's got downwards lighting and bigger landing legs. And it's got nudger in it. And down here is Sixer. So we've actually got 4 Kerbals on the surface of Minmus right now, which is absolutely fantastic. Now, why did I do this? Well, it's because of the contracts. We've got a contract to plant a flag on Minmus, Transmit or recover scientific data. Oh, that's from the surface of the moon. There we are. And we've got another one here to do. Explore Minmus by doing rendezvous of 2 vessels. So these guys are going to do the same trip. They're going to get the same amount of XP. They're going to plant their flag, and they are going to rendezvous with the other team and travel pretty much together. Now, if I wanted to, I could have maybe put a grabber on top of here and then connected to the 2 vessels, but I didn't really want to do that. So, Sixer, plant your flag. There we go. Ta-da! And that is Minmus 3. And we won't remove the helmet. We'll take a surface sample. We'll do an EVA report. And we want to get Sixer back into the vessel. Before we do that, we want to get Nudger out of the vessel. Get Nudger to come down to Sixer. We're going to have to get both of these vessels in orbit and try and get them to rendezvous, which is going to be not easy, but I don't think it's going to be too bad. Alright, let's plant a flag. There we go. And we'll also take surface samples and do an EVA report. We probably will lose one of the EVA reports. So if we do a jump, we should be able to adjust ourselves back onto the top of the craft. Now, notice I've got one of the solar panels folded in though. And that is because in case they fall down, if the Kerbal falls down, they might just smash into the solar panel. So there we go, there's one contract complete. Planting a flag on Minmus. Now we just need to get the 2 vessels in orbit together without having too many problems. Yeah, we'll dump the experiments. We'll do a crew report. Take that as well. Okay, well there we go. Both craft are here. Well, whereabouts are we in our journey? So we've got a good view of both the sun and Kerbin from the surface, I think. Yes, so we've got light and we've got control. And that looks like the moon there. You guys might not be able to see it very well, but it looks like the moon's in the way. So what we'll do is we'll get ready, we'll extend the solar panel, and we'll get into orbit. So I guess it's going to be almost a polar orbit, but never mind. We'll probably be fine. Right, here we go. Okay. Just keeping an eye on what's going on here. We need to get out, I think, probably 15 kilometers will probably miss most or nearly all of the terrain. So let's warp to nearly at that point. There we go. And if we just prograde this vessel. Brilliant. Now we are about to go into the dark though, but as long as we can get into an orbit first, that's fine. Okay, we've got a 26 and 12. That's fine. So what we're going to do now is we're going to time warp until we are about here in the orbit. Then we're going to attempt to try and get the two vessels close to each other. Hopefully it won't take too much delta V, and hopefully we won't strand these guys. We need to go to map view. We need to go switch to this flag. Well, we don't have to switch to the flag, but it makes it easier. Oh, right, we're in the dark down here. But throttle up, I guess. SAS is on. There we are, we're in the light now. We're going to do something similar to what we did with the other one. We're just going to head out along the 90. There we go. Now we don't have to dock these vessels, but we do need to keep them close to each other. Right, let's see. What's the situation? Oh my goodness. Oh, this is going to be really difficult to do with this amount of delta V. Do I even try it? I feel like we should, you know. I feel like we should try it because it's going to not use that much, in my opinion. Okay, let's go prograde. We have good signal strength and good control at the moment, even though it's dark. The thing is I would hate to... Let's just check this. There we go. I would hate to use the delta V here, trying to get these two to like cross close to each other. Although I think we might be able to do it. Okay, so if we set that as a target, and then here on the descending node, if we do each aircraft, a movement for each aircraft, each rocket, hopefully we don't lose control of it. I think we might. Yeah, we've got limited crew control on this. But okay, let's get flying mode up and going. Sophia's here watching on Twitch. Hello. Well, we'll see. I don't know how we're doing at the moment. We'll have to find out. Oh yeah, I've got no node. Oh, I've got no nodes because we haven't got full probe. Oh, we have got full probe control back now, I think. So let's do orbit. Let's burn the normal and see what we get. Yep, that's it. Whoa, steady. Here we go. Okay, so that's a little bit of a burn from that one. Then we're going to switch to this aircraft. This, what's this? Adventurecraft 2. And Adventurecraft 2 is going to do something similar. So we're going to set that one as a target. And we're going to go to about here, warp to there. And we want the anti-normal this time, I think it is. So let's see if we can find the anti-normal. Where is it? Okay, we haven't got full probe control at the moment. I don't think. Full crew control. Can transmit science. Oh, it's because we're not got the orbit targeted. Right, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so there's the normal. Hi, Network 17. How you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. at the moment. Right, here we go. This should even out the two orbits. Make them pretty close. There we go. Now the question... Oh, look at this. We've got... That's actually really good. So I think what we'll do is we'll switch to Adventurecraft 1 and we'll warp to here and see what the situation is with the aircraft catching up. I can't remember how close the two vehicles need to be to count as a kind of rendezvous. Is it within a kilometre? I can't remember. Okay, let's find out. It is pretty close, but we can get pretty close. Right, so our periapsis is too high, so if we retrograde, we should be able to just burn a little bit to bring that down. Here we are. Look, this here is the intersect I think we're checking out. 14 kilometers, 13. Looks like we're really, really wobbly. Let's see if we can fix that. No, that's the wrong way. Oh, surely that's got to be pretty close. There's the intersect. Our periaps, we need to go on the inside track. No, we need to go on the outside track so it can catch up. So we need to now go a little bit of prograde. We've still got 2,000 kilometers delta V. We've got an intersect coming through here. Nah, that can't be right. I don't believe this. I'm going to do this by my own eye. So we're going to do a couple of loops around. Or maybe even half a loop around. See how close we get. Just time warp a little bit past that point. Yeah, we're getting really close here. What's our separation? Is it only 9 kilometers? Oh, 6 kilometers. There we go. Okay, let's brute force this then. So target, retrograde to the target. We're only 13 meters per second. We're just going to have to take it steady though. Just make sure we don't crash into the surface. Right, and then we want to point ourselves at the target, which is not that one. How are we doing for electrical charge? We're doing alright, but we ain't got lights, so never mind. Here we go. I can see Kerbin down there, so we're definitely going to keep communications. Because if I can see Kerbin from this craft, then we're going to be good. Okay, let's do 5 meters per second. 10 if we're going to be impatient. Oh, our camera just changed. Yeah, our periapsis is showing us landing at the minute. That's not great. I mean, we can fast forward a little bit. So they get a little bit closer together. Where is it now? So look, it's only 2 kilometers away from us now. So let's null out our velocities. If J-Bay and Network 17 run out of Delta V on the return journey, I'll be very annoyed. There we go. So how far are we apart? .2. Surely we can just brute force that now. What's our fuel like on this one? Well, the fuel's identical. All right, let's do it. We'll nudge each one towards each other. Oh, hang on. World first parameter. That's the rendezvous. We've done it. It was 2 kilometers. It was 2 kilometers. We've sorted it. Okay. We got 96,000 just for doing that at the same time. Brilliant. Okay. So now what we're going to do is choose one of the crafts.
Fantastic.
Fantastic indeed. We're going to choose one of the crafts, and we're going to go out of the Minmus system and try and flip ourselves out of the Kerbin system as well. So I think we're going to go to about here. We need to turn our target off now. We're in orbit mode now. We're going to leave Minmus. I don't know which craft we've got, but it doesn't matter. We've got hopefully enough to get home here. To be honest, I'm not sure. As long as we don't leave the Kerbin system, we can always mount a rescue mission just to go and refuel them. Right, pushing the prograde out until we leave Minmus. It's got to be soon. There we go, we're leaving Minmus. That's a big orbit around Kerbin. I think we'll use this... Are we using this opportunity to... No, I think we'll leave it like that. And then we're going to travel around on this periapsis. So we'll travel to about here, and then we'll get the other spacecraft out, because I don't want one to have to do the complete return journey and then the other one to do the complete return journey. And there should be quite a few days between each one. This is I think it's about a 60-day mission. It's a long mission. There we are, time warp complete. So then what we're going to do is we'll go to the others that are orbiting Minmus. If I can click on them. Nope. Alright, let's go to the tracking. Which one's that? So Adventurecraft 2. Let's go to the tracking station and go to Adventurecraft 2. By the way, folks, I have no idea if this is going to work. I'm just trying it. I'm giving it a go. Right, so Adventurecraft 2. We're going to go here. I like the way that even though we've picked up a bit of sideways kick on that, it's actually not gone too bad. Now we may be in the dark here, but we've got a good line of sight of curbing. So we'll prograde burn this one out until we leave Minmus. There we go. So now we've got a second orbit. One is much further out than the other. Feel like I've actually got an intercept there. Should I bring the periapsis in? Feel like I should. Like this. That'll do. That'll do. Right, so then if we just fast forward a bit, we've now got 2 craft orbiting the Kerbin system. So Adventure Craft 2, we will go to the periapsis. Now which one's going to get to their periapsis first? I think Adventure Craft 1's going to get to their periapsis first. Yeah, it is. Okay, in that case we need to switch. And go to the tracking station. We're just going to keep switching between the 2 aircraft. I keep calling them aircraft. Are they? Can we call them aircraft? They are aircraft, aren't they? Well, there's no air out there, so I guess they're just craft. Vehicle? I don't know. Here we go. So the idea is now is that we prograde here until we leave the Kerbin system. I want to unlock my target. Spaceship. Spacecraft. I suppose spacecraft is one of the things, isn't it? So we're currently here. We just need to push that out until we leave Kerbin. Oh, there we go. I'm not sure. I think I left it a bit big there. So I want to only just leave Kerbin. So we're going to bring that back. I'd rather spend the Delta V bringing us back to something close. And I think that's close there. Okay, so then the next thing we're going to do is probably switch to Adventure Craft 2 and do its leaving burn. Oh, are they going to get back? If I've got enough Delta V, we're going to dock them at the space station. That's right. And then we're going to drop all the science off at the space station, is the idea, before coming back to the planet. But I don't know whether we got enough Delta V for that. So we're going to warp to here, just in stages, because I don't want to overshoot. I don't want to miss Adventure Craft going out of the Kerbin system and then trying to get it back in again. So I think we're going to be okay. Yeah, we're going to be fine. And then we just need to prograde. So this craft has got less Delta V remaining, I think. Right, how far out do we need to go? It's got to be soon, surely. We'll just take our time. Whoa, there it is. Right. Which one's going to leave the system first? Let's find out. I was thinking about doing a vote about like which Kerbal might die or might survive. Wow, I think it's actually going to be Adventure Craft 2 that leaves first. It's going to be close. Yeah, only just. Right. That's it, it's left, I think. Yep, we are now orbiting Kerbin. So in theory, now the idea is I just retrograde. I'm not sure. I can't remember how to do this. But what we'll do is we'll do it with a maneuver node. I can't remember which way it's going round. It's a bit difficult to see, to be honest. Let's add a maneuver node. So if I just retrograde. No idea. The last thing we want to do is have these guys lost going around curbing. Ooh. I think I saw it then. Yep, there was a little flash there. Curbing encounter. Oh, that is a lot. A lot of delta V. Oh, there was another curbing encounter. Oh, I think there was another one there. Okay, what we're going to do, we're going to cancel that. Zoom out so we can see the line again. Add maneuver node. Just very carefully retrograde burn. I mean, that's 400 meters of delta V, and I'm not very happy about that. Wonder if there's another way of doing it. Well, we did do it with the test craft. I know we did. Nearly clicked warp here. Nah. That didn't do it. Gotta be careful. What about a prograde? Whoa, what was that? Oh, okay, we're tracking stuff. We've still got a target. Prograde burn. Oh, what was that? I felt like we got something then for a split second. No? I don't think so. I think it's just going to be one massive retrograde burn, maybe. Oh, this is difficult. Oh, this is... No, I nearly clicked warp here. What if... like... we bend that? I mean, let's change our... what's that? Curbing encounter. Let's... cannot warp so far. I don't want to warp. I want to set as target. Right, there's... whoa. There's curbing. I guess really to get back to curbing, if I need to prograde... I don't know actually. Or... ah! Add maneuver. And then we kind of want to bend everything that way. Yeah, look, curbing encounter. Oh, I've done it. And we do it with about 400 meters of delta V. Okay, so the trick is to go to the whatever node that is. Right, here we go. We're going to do it. So we're going to cancel this. No, we're not. I'm going to just check. It is the one with the bits on the outside. Okay. Here we go. We should get an encounter within 400 meters of delta V being used. You know, I'm going to use the maneuver node again. Right. I mean, if we're patient, we can probably get away with like 300 meters per second of delta V. It's only 18 minutes away. Yep, that's the right way. The blue node's on there. Here we go. It's apparently a 33-second burn. It's a big burn. Here it is. How far away? That's only 40-something minutes away. Oh yeah, we'll have that. I'm quite happy waiting a little bit of time. Now the question is the other one going to join us before this one re-enters? No. Wow, look at that highly elliptical Kerbin encounter, which is really not a problem. It just means that landing's going to be a nightmare. Let's retrograde and put our periapsis only just in the atmosphere. And when I say only just, I mean like completely only just. That's 4 million, 3 million, 2 million, 1 million. What do you mean what has managed to happen? 700,000. 300,000, 200,000. Whoa. 70? Whoa, that's too much. Ooh, it's so touchy. So touchy. Well, these guys are almost certainly coming back home. $66,000 kilometers. Okay, that's cool. So let's fast forward a little bit. I'm keeping an eye on this other Adventurecraft 1. This is Adventurecraft 2. Adventurecraft 2 is actually launched after Adventurecraft 1, but it might actually come back first. Right, Adventurecraft 1 is now on the outside. It's now orbiting the sun, so we need to do a maneuver for Adventurecraft 1. So I figured it out last time. I think I can figure it out much quicker this time. So here's Adventurecraft 1. This is where we're going. I feel like we need to bend it back in a little, so let's add a maneuver node here. Yeah, look, Kerbin encounter in 1 hour. I think I'm happy with an hour. Christopher is watching on YouTube. Greetings, Master Hellish. Hope you're well. Doing good, thank you. Apparently I'm a little low in my seats, according to the webcam, but there we go. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So we just have to make sure that we do that. That's a tiny burn. That is a tiny burn. It's in apparently 11 minutes, but I'm quite happy just to do the burn. So let's point the aircraft in the right direction. Apparently we're orbiting the sun at 9 kilometers a second. That is a fast speed. Right, there we go. So let's do a quick burn. We're going to come back into the sphere of influence of Kerbin. There we go. Cancel the maneuver node. And just do a little bit of fast forwarding. And we just have to keep an eye on the two aircraft. On the two craft. Right, here we go. Now this one, we had a much smaller burn to begin with, but our periapsis is 46 million meters out. So we're going to have a bigger burn here to get us home. But it shouldn't be too bad. Ooh, I think we got an encounter with Minmus for a second then, or the moon. No, it's the moon. Right. 3 million. Whoa, what's that? That's a moon encounter. Ooh. Oh no, the moon's in the way. And look, it gives us a kick that puts us back on a curb and escape. I'm going to actually allow this craft not to come in straight away. There we go. We'll come out at 4 million. Right, tracking station. Let's go back to the other one. So I think that was craft 1. So we're going back to craft 2. And hopefully we can get these guys safely back. So at the moment, yeah, we're coming in. We've still got a curb and escape. You hate it when the moon gets in the way. Yeah, I hate it when the moon gets in the way as well. We've got 2 craft coming in now, but one's coming in a lot quicker than the other one. So I think what we'll do is we'll warp to that point there. Wow, that was a quick warp. And we'll just do a massive retrograde burn to stop us leaving the curbing system and to bring our Acropolis as close as possible. Just realised we probably want to be closer to our periapsis. So let's warp a little bit. We've actually ended up in a nice little polar orbit. We're just skimming the upper atmosphere ever so slightly up here. So Nudger and Sixer are loving it. As soon as we hit that point, we're going to do a little bit more burning, use some more fuel. I don't know if we're going to be able to circularize this orbit, but we'll certainly try. We've got plenty of fuel. I'm going to say we're going to bring these guys back. We're not going to try and get them to the space station. I think that is probably just a step too far. We want to get these guys home safe and sound, we do. So that is 1,200,000 we've managed to get it to. We've still got loads of fuel left. We're halfway in the tank now. There's 800,000. And it looks like no matter where we're going to land with the sun blessing us. Our periapsis is dropping rapidly now. I think we ought to be careful because we're actually going to end up dropping it too much. So how high are we? We've got quite a high altitude. So let's warp back to here. Keeping an eye on our other spacecraft who's approaching. This has been an 81-day trip for these Kerbals so far. That's quite an astonishing day trip. We're going to do really nice some really nice long-term flights in the future. But this is definitely the longest trip we've had with these Kerbals. So we are now again skimming the very tops of the upper atmosphere. We're fine though. Nudger and Sixer both seem to be absolutely enjoying it. We're getting close to where we can do our burn. Hopefully, I'm going to leave it if... going to give it a few seconds because I just want to bring that a bit lower. There we go, full power. And if we can get this like below probably 60, then that's just what we're coming in like. We'll just leave it to bleed off whatever speed it's going to bleed off. There we go. So that's it now. We're on our final approach, and as we're on our final approach, we're going to jettison the lower layer. So get ready to stage. Here we go. There's the bit. My current altitude is 53,000. Nudger, we need to turn the SAS system on. I don't know why the SAS system is not on. There we go. We're coming in now. The camera is adjusted. So there you go. There's the third stage of our adventure craft that took us away from Kerbin, around the moon, landed on Minmus, into a temporary orbit of the sun, and back to Kerbin again. All we've got to do now is deploy the parachutes at the right altitude in the right order, and we should be fine. Now, we've actually got a pilot on board, so even if we run out of electrical charge, we should be okay. And absolutely no concern to where the lower layer is going to land. Bye-bye the city of Manchester. Yeah, it's probably going to burn up in the atmosphere, to be honest. Because it's got no control and it's not a smooth surface, it will probably start spinning uncontrollably, but we'll see. I just hope that it doesn't start getting a lot of drag and then we end up catching up with it. That'd be quite bad. Okay, let's fast forward a little bit. We just need to go into map mode quickly. Just check on our other capsule. There it is. Once it gets to its periapsis, we need to adjust it so everything's fine. But yep, we're looking good. It's going to hit Wigan. Look, lucky Manchester. Bit of space junk, eh? At the moment, the electrical charge is looking good. The ablator is ablating a lot. But I've got a funny feeling we're not going to be in the air for too much longer. Yeah, we're coming in hot now. Like, really hot. I'm going to get ready for parachutes. We've got drogue chutes that will be deployed first. And then we've got the main chutes to get Nudger and Sixer back on the ground. We're 30 kilometers up, coming in at 1.5 kilometers a second. Although we're hitting the really thick atmosphere now, they've just hit 3 Gs of deceleration. We've just gone under a kilometer a second and we're 20 kilometers up. Now normally if this was an unmanned probe, I would pop the chutes at around 2 kilometers and probably 400 meters for the second chutes, just because it takes less time for it to get to the ground. But we're going to do it a little bit earlier on this one. Spam is delicious, apparently. Okay, we're coming in nice and slow now. We turn the SAS off, and you can see that it's sliding in nicely. We're still 12 kilometers up. So we're taking our time to come down, but our speed is a fantastic 262 meters per second. I think I'll do it shoots at 5 kilometers. So here we go. Once these ones are back, so here we go at 5 kilometers more or less now. There go drogue chutes, and they will fully open up soon. And as soon as they do fully open up, we'll deploy main. There we go. They're open now. We managed to hit about 8 Gs there. And there's main chutes. Why does the airspeed seem to decelerate as you fall from Earth? Yeah, the air's thicker down there. I actually did a video about that. Somebody find it, please. What was it? GSI Kerbal. No, I didn't. GSI Kerbal videos. I'm sure somebody can find it on my second channel and get the link. Yeah, the air gets thicker. So when you're traveling in space, you're going well quick, really fast, and there's nothing to slow you down. There's no air, so you can just light up your engine and just go fast, fast, fast. And as you come towards the planet, you would think you'd start getting faster as gravity is pulling you towards the surface, but it doesn't happen like that because the atmosphere is thick, and that slows you down. Which is why parachutes slow you down, because they catch more of the atmosphere. You get more air resistance. Yeah, don't try it on the moon. Don't try parachutes on the moon. Jack and Mac doesn't know what video I'm talking about. I did 3 GSI videos. One of them was how much can you carry in Minecraft. One of them was the answer to that question. It's all about terminal velocity. If you want to learn about it, look up terminal velocity. What was the third video about? How much you can carry in Minecraft? Oh, the size of open TTD tiles. That's right, Egg. You are totally right there. Okay, I'm going to fast forward this because this is taking forever to float down. There we go. Jack and Mac got it. Copy link, and I will paste that out to all the platforms. Thank you very much for that, Jack and Mac, as they come into land. So congratulations, Nudger and Sixer. Let's recover the vessel and see how much science and how much XP they get. This is where I'm really hoping this has paid off. It's been a lot of effort to fly these 2 craft. Wow. Okay, so we've earned 221 science from that one mission. We got the parts back, and the crew level 3. Level 3. So we have a level 3 engineer and a level 3 pilot now. Aren't you forgetting the capsule in space? No, I'm not forgetting it. We're going to go and do that one now. So the 2 scientists are in Adventure Craft 1, and they're coming in on a similar approach. It's not a polar orbit, and they're actually on an escape velocity still. So we need to come down to our periapsis, go retrograde, stop ourselves being on an Kerbin escape. That is the opposite of being Mardy. I suppose it is. I need a drink. I don't know what I'm going to... I mean, I've got some water here. I fancy a snack. Anyway, let's throttle up just enough. There we go. That's just enough to stop us escaping the system. 22 days. I mean, I can burn that down to stop it being 22 days. We've got enough Delta V to make sure that we definitely come back. J-Bay's here. He says, hello, hellish minions. Minions. Okay, so now it's only 2 days to get out to the other side. I suppose, really, I could just burn it so it goes all the way into the planet. This isn't the most fuel-efficient way of doing it, folks, by the way. It just means that these guys have less time in space. I'm almost certain we'll be fine on the Delta V. There we are. The periapsis and the apoapsis have swapped places. So it's the periapsis we're interested in now. We need to get that under the 70 mark, probably around 60. kilometers. At the minute it's at 2 million 2 million meters. Just gonna have a quick drink, my voice is going. There we go. Do you care about fuel though? As in, do you pay for fuel or do you get your money back for fuel unspent? Okay, so I do care about fuel for two reasons. One, if you run out, it's a big problem. Two, yes, you do pay for the fuel, but you don't get it back unless you bring that part of the capsule back, which we won't be doing in this particular vehicle. It's not designed for anything apart from the crew capsule to return. Okay, so you can see this figure here on the left. It's 500. We need to get that down to about 60, maybe a little bit less. Whoa, steady. It's at 60, 64. There's 60. So it's only going to take a couple of hours to walk round to here now. And then what we'll do is we'll bring the Appalachians in so we can actually come in and get these two landed as well. Then we'll have two scientists at level 3. We'll have a pilot at level 3 and an engineer at level 3. Christopher has popcorn. I want popcorn, but it would mean raiding my daughter's popcorn supply. What? Oh, another error message as a follower. I don't know why the error messages like to follow me. We've actually got an error message as a viewer plus subscriber at the moment. So we're definitely coming into land, because what happens here is, and I think I've explained this before, we're dipping into the atmosphere, and when you dip into the atmosphere that creates drag, which brings your apoapsis down, and eventually you will land. So as long as you can get your periapsis under that 65 kilometer mark, you will just touch the atmosphere and it will work. You can just go shopping tomorrow and refill her supply. Funny you should say that. We actually have a spaceship, a space station in orbit of Kerbin with a supply of fuel. Mr. Beantown's here watching on YouTube. Hey, hello, welcome. We've been streaming now for 1 hour and 17 minutes and we've had one successful mission already. I don't really want to burn this one any further because we're pushing away from our periapsis. How high are we? We're 66 kilometers up. So J Bay and Network 17 are getting ready to come back. Now, neither of these two are pilots. So if in the unlikely event that we lose electrical charge, and we've only got one solar panel, remember, because the other one broke off on our landing on Mimas, then we have to be careful. A source told you that the art of flying is simply falling to the earth and missing it. That, you would be surprised how accurate that is, potentially. I don't know how surprised you'd be, but that is extremely accurate. You know, if you forget about going up and you forget about all the atmosphere and you just consider the planet was smooth and you just stood on the planet and you threw a ball, it would go forward for a bit and then due to gravity it would land somewhere in front of you. If you threw it harder, it would land further away from you. If you keep throwing that ball sideways harder and harder and harder, eventually it will get further and further away from you to the point where the trajectory of the ball would arc down at the same rate as the curve of the surface of the Earth, and that is when you have achieved orbit. Because until you've done that, it's suborbital flight. Right, speaking of suborbital flights, we're about to get into one. Would you hit yourself in the head? Yes. In theory, if you had a perfectly spherical Earth and you threw the ball and there was no atmosphere and you threw the ball perfectly straight at the right velocity, it would go around and hit yourself in the head. And this is something, this is not like magic or any weird thing like that. This is like science, but like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like simplified science, because the Earth isn't smooth. The Earth isn't, the density of the Earth varies. So as you're going around, so much change. And an orbital flight is simply aligning the spacecraft in such a manner that it's perpetually falling, always missing. That's right. And of course, there's no obstacles. Of course, Egg. Of course. Well, our periapsis has hit the surface. It's, oh my goodness, we're coming in pretty hot, and we need to get rid of that. So I'm going to try and stage without breaking everything. Turn the SAS on and. Yep, we're coming in. J-Bay and Network 17 are coming in fast. This is low and fast, this one. 33 kilometers up, and we're still going 1,500 meters per second, mostly sideways. I didn't have a chance to check the parachutes, but we're starting to pull about 3 Gs now. We're only 15 kilometers up on this one, so we did come in a lot lower. We're over the land this time. It looks like potentially desert. But it's time for us to pop chutes. There go the drogue chutes. I think this one's got lights. I'm not sure. And as soon as those drogues open up, we'll pop the standard ones. Yeah, the debris of there's explosions happening on the mountainside behind us right now. Am I in the game? Looks like I'm going to die. J-Bay man, you are in the game, and you're about to witness a momentous thing, J-Bay. You left the surface of Kerbin. You went for an orbit around the moon. You went and landed on Minmus, orbited the sun for a moment, and you're about to come back a level 3 scientist. Now Brandon's still a level 1 scientist, but we'll use Brandon for localized science rather than being sat in a space station forever. Right, now as long as we don't, yeah, this is the first hour and 20 minutes of this live stream has been the second part of your epic journey. I guess I can turn SAS off now we're coming down under parachutes. Not even remotely going to die. No, you're floating back to the surface at a nice steady 6 meters per second, which sounds pretty fast, but if you was in a car crash at 6 meters per second, you're not going to die, I don't think. How fast is that in miles per hour? Because I use meters per second and kilometers and so forth for pretty much everything except driving. Here we go. 20 meters. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. There you go. You've landed. 13 mile an hour, said Jackamak. Oh, well. That's like double walking speed, I think. Maybe triple walking speed. Well, there we go, folks. 4 of our... Oh, we've only got 38 science from that one. Boo. But our crew have come back. They've advanced to level 2. Oh, something went wrong. Something went wrong with those guys. Let's have a look. So orbited round the moon, orbited round Kerbin, planted a flag on Minmus, flyby of the sun. Oh, it didn't count as an orbit round the sun. I don't know why. Looking, you can see at the bottom of the pilot information here, you can see what happened here. So Sixers orbited around Kerbin, planted a flag on the moon, planted a flag on the sun. And Nudger, yeah, they orbit around the sun. So they're only level 2 scientists. It's basically a fairly decent speed of cycling. I have managed to get my push bike up to 30 miles per hour before on my bike, but I did have a little bit of a backwind and a little bit of a downhill. So for some reason, one of those vehicles counted as being in orbit around the sun, and the other one didn't. I think we might need to launch them again, but before we do that, let's spend our science over at the R&D. So we can afford either one thing, which is 300, for example, high altitude flight, composites, field science. That'd be a good one because we could make a proper rover, like a proper rover. Unmanned tech, which would give us the next probe, or we could probably unlock 160. We can't quite unlock 2 of the specialized control, but we could get the miniaturization that we're missing at the moment. So I'm not sure. Yeah, a regular non-electrical bike. We have to say that these days, don't we? I'm a little bit disappointed that these guys didn't count as being in orbit of the sun. I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know what I did wrong on that. Because one worked and the other one didn't. Okay, I think what we'll do is I'll leave it up to the chat as to decide what we're going to do in the second half of this live stream. But I'm going to look at potentially reflying that. So here's the Adventure Craft 1. I'm thinking we could probably, like, if we can get this, like, take most of the fuel out of the second stage, because we don't need most of that. A big plane. You know what? I forgot to show you something. Let's switch and load. We've got the Kestrel. So we've got the Kestrel, which we built recently, and it is a really good aircraft. Flies really well, handles brilliantly. But I thought, what would happen if we switched out the engines and did it so it had 4 of them? So I made the Kestrel 4, and it is an absolutely gorgeous aircraft. Look at that. I've made it so that the wings go up ever so slightly. I put the engine nacelles on the end of the wings and the wheels under the engine nacelles there to give them some extra downwards, so you're not going to hit the back. These engines at the back here, these are the other ones that can go reverse thrust as well. So if you look in the action groups, we've got the abort, which shuts all the engines down and deploys the chutes. But we've also got this, which toggles the reverser and turns the brake on. So essentially we can use it to stop with landing, and we don't need the chutes on the back. So should we give it a fly? I mean, like I said, this, I'm pretty sure I can fly this. Can we? Is there a drone under here? Yeah, look. So we got a probe in there, so we can fly this without a pilot on board. So I don't have to worry about it too much. So yeah, we can give it a fly. Because with this one, we can bring the fuel back that we don't use, and we get all the parts back. So all it costs us is the fuel we burn. That's all it costs us. So we can find out how fast it is, Jack. Okay, nighttime flight. So let's turn SAS on, and we're going to turn the lights on. Activate the engines. Visit other monuments. Maybe we could do. Let's make sure that we are in chase mode for the camera. And there we go. Throttle up. So there's no afterburner with this one, or there's no wet mode, as they sometimes say. Oh, after this flight, we'll also do the game giveaway. So here we go. It takes off naturally by itself without me having to pull up. And I'm just going to leave it to see how fast we go for a bit. We are slowly getting higher. We are about 250 meters above the ground, and we just passed 400 meters per second. And you've got to remember, this is not in a wet mode. This is in a fuel efficient mode. I'm almost certain you could fly most of the way around the planet in this plane. You think you can launch from other bases in the world? I think you can, but I need to look into that. So we're coming up to 600 meters per second. I'm going to try and just drop our nose slightly so we don't end up going too high. And we're still going faster. Yeah, no wet mode, but longer range. But also not just 2 engines, we've now got 4 engines. So instead of travelling about 200 to 300 meters per second in non-wet, and then 900 meters per second in a wet mode, we now have 4 engines which travel about 600 meters per second in a good mode. The desert launch site is a long runway. Yeah, I've been to the desert launch site. Anyway, we're going to do a loop on this and go back to the land. Oh, we've got flame out. Now with the other one, I was able to pull it out of this sort of thing. So I don't know whether I'll be able to with this one. Yeah, I can. Self-stabilizing, or well, not completely self-stabilizing, but it does stabilize. You can pull it out. All you need to do is get some motion in a certain direction, and then you can pull it out. So we're going to set whatever that is as a target, I think. No, we're just going to fly back towards it. No! Wow, you need to enable fine controls when flying at those speeds. There we go. We should be flying almost straight back to the runway now. Why is my nose dipping constant? Oh, because I'm set to prograde. Doesn't help. Whoa, I've done it again. I've managed to not stall it this time though. So in theory, I should be able to press number 1 on the keyboard, and then we can use that as a reverse thrust landing situation. My goodness, we need to slow down. Because otherwise, like at high speeds it doesn't turn brilliant. At low speeds it's fine. See, look, that's much better. Landing gear out. lights on. Whoa, steady. Feel like I need to be in chase cam. No, locked cam for this. Right. Engines off. We're going to glide in for this last bit here. Just trying to line us up. Drop a bit of height. And then what I'll do is I'll max throttle the engines. There we are. Engines are now in reverse mode. So here we go. I mean, I didn't come in very straight. But we're down. Skidded off the runway slightly, but we did it. No, we're alright there. On most test flights, the landing gear is fixed down. Yeah, well, that was an okay test flight. I don't know if I can... Yeah, I can toggle the engines, I think. That's going to be bad. Oh, it survived pretty well. Oh, this is bad. This... Oh, ooh, we're in the air. Gliding down. Yeah, it's a good craft. It is a little bit twitchy, especially at high speeds. And we've got no steering. That's the biggest thing with this one. We've got like next to no steering. But it's a good craft. So if we ever need to go long distance, the Kestrel 4 is definitely one for us to use. I think maybe we could do some tweaks to it though, still make it even better. Right, folks, I'm going to take a quick break to maybe grab a snack. I'm thinking I might get some fruit to chew on. And when I get back, we'll start the game giveaways and do the next rocket flight. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay. I mean, whoa. I mean, it was certainly impressive. The boat! No! No, it even splashed when it hit the floor.
Good job, you're giving speed to those help craft.
No! Come on, come on, come on. No! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I had next to no control over that. That was horrible. Absolutely horrible. I don't even fly the aircraft when it's going this fast. Oh, it's starting to... Okay. Abort? Look at it. Right. This is ridiculous, but that was interesting. You know what? It did better when it was all one base. Otherwise. Right then, folks, I'm back. I've come back with some mango slicey bit things. Tasty, slightly chewy. Yeah, they'll do. They'll do. Right then. You hopped a rocket site. You hope the rocket site would blow up the HQ. Yeah, well, yeah. Unfortunately, the buildings don't blow up in my settings at the moment. But never mind. Dried mango chips, essentially. Yes, they're not 100% dry. They're a bit bendy. But I just felt like I needed something to nibble on a little bit. Okay, folks. So, I think we need to get our 2 scientists in orbit of the sun and back again. It's going to take a few days. But, like I said, I've taken most of the fuel out of this. So hopefully we can just go up there and back again. I mean, maybe we even can take some of the side boosters off. I don't want what's the thrust to weight ratio of this now? 1.4. Okay, it's about right. I'd rather over-engineer this. I'm going to be honest. I'd rather over-engineer it. So let's put J-Bay back on the rocket and Network 17. And let's launch it. This is a tried and tested rocket. It's going to be a little bit expensive, but I want these guys to be level 3. Okay. Right then, just double check the staging. We drop the side bits, we separate the second stage, light the second stage, do the third stage, drop the pods. Yep, we're all good. Everything's cool. So we're going to do a quick trip out to the orbit of the sun and back. So SAS is on, full throttle, and 3, 2, 1, launch. Cool. Is that me or is it just a little bit loud? There we go. Accept. So yes, I just had to. I just feel like I needed to have a little nibble on something. Sometimes I have a little nibble snack like this, which stops me craving like something that's probably a lot worse. So it's good. Okay. Throttling down. We're starting to get to thinner parts of the atmosphere. Well, we're not actually getting to the thinner parts of the atmosphere. We're only 5 kilometers up, but I don't want the vessel to go too quickly. You're in need of a midnight snack. I recommend something healthy. Something healthy is usually good, isn't it? Okay, so we're about 10 kilometers up, and the solid rocket boosters are still keeping us going. J-Bay and Network 17 are loving their journey. In fact, we're actually getting a little bit heating on the outside of some of these fins or something. And this is the upgraded version of the number 5. So we're just about to separate those solids, and they'll fall away beautifully. They usually do. Look at that. Look at that. Fantastic. Okay, now we have to get this thing in a good orbit. So max throttle. We're nearly out of most of the atmosphere. You can do full grain bread with cheese. or Thai sweet chili crisps. Well, cheese isn't the best, is it? I don't think bread's that good for you, is it? I mean, I've tried to reduce the amount of bread that I'm eating, but bread with cheese does sound nice. The fact it's full grain is good. I don't know how fatty cheese can be, but we don't have a lot of cheese in my house because Mrs. Hellish is lactose intolerant, so we have to buy, if we want cheese, we have to buy the special stuff. So right, we just need to get this thing into orbit. Then we'll just prograde out, do a little thing, and come back again. It'll be fine. We'll be back in no time, maybe. It's Dutch cheese. Okay, so it's not that bad. Okay. I don't know how bad Dutch cheese would be. Or how healthy it is for you. No idea at all. I don't even know how healthy these bits of mango are because they taste really sweet, and I don't know if that's natural sweetness or with its added sweetness. It certainly looks like it could be added sweetness, I don't know. Dutch cheese is best cheese, apparently. I don't know about that. I feel like I need to sample some Dutch cheese. I feel like we need to also decommission the Kerbal comsats. They're pointless. Right, so this booster has got us up into a suborbital flight. We'll separate the second stage. We'll open up all the antennas and solar arrays. We'll activate the second stage engine and light it up. Complete. 20% fat. I don't know. I don't know if 20% is bad or not. Whoa! I'd need something to compare that to. Right, we're in an orbit. I don't even know why we've got landing legs on this. So ideally we'll want to miss Minmus, which we're almost certainly going to do. So let's just keep burning. Crisps are 22% fat. I see. That's not a massive difference, although with the crisps you're not getting the what category of food, what category is bread? Carbs, that's it. You're not getting the carbs of the bread, are you? Okay. I know I've got to get this burn beyond Minmus. We've got the next stage yet to go, so we've got plenty of Delta V for this. These guys need to be level 3. Level 2 is just not good enough for our plans. I suppose you also have to take into account what else is in the crisps, like salt and sugar and stuff. Okay, here we go. I need to start being careful. There's our Kerbin escape. I feel like I need to just like retrograde that just a little bit. It just seems like a little bit too much. This is an interesting craft. I like having a second and third stage. The crisps are also 60% carbs. So no matter what you do, I mean, okay, yeah, you're right. The crisps are quite a little bit carby, aren't they? Bread's a bit carby. I would say, you know, if you're going to have the cheese and the bread, surely you'd need a bit of pickle with it. Just saying. I normally have, I think, mature cheddar. Wow. So mature cheddar cheese is apparently 35% fat. Oh, I forgot to do the giveaway. I'll tell you what. When we get these guys back, we'll do the giveaway. I wonder if you've got to be in orbit of them of the sun for so long for it to count. Yeah, that's another thing as well, isn't it? You've got different types of fats, haven't you, to worry about? Okay, so these guys are definitely in orbit of the sun now, right? We're in orbit, but we're not in orbit of Kerbin. Oh, we forgot to go on an orbital spacewalk near Minmus. We'll have to do that at some point. We need to plant a flag on the moon, but we'll do that sometime soon as well. We've got a few missions on the go at the moment. So we've got to get back to Kerbin there. And I feel we need to add a maneuver node and figure out what we're going to do. Yep, that does it. Whoa. So we're gonna go and orbit the sun for a good amount of time. Like an hour and a half. You've started a cheese thing. You have. In the city near where I live, Lincoln, there is usually, you know, pandemic notwithstanding, a massive Christmas market. And you go there and there is so many stalls of cheese, and people come from all over Europe to sell their cheese and stuff. It's quite cool. Okay. Let's get these guys pointing the right way. Whoa, steady. Oh, nearly. Right. So apparently this is a very small burn to get us back. So we're going to spend an hour and 9 minutes orbiting the sun. Surely that should be long enough to count as orbiting the sun. Plop. There we go. Well, now we're heading back towards Kerbin. Wow. I think our periapsis is actually inside Kerbin. What if we might have to do a prograde burn. Did you make a full orbit in that time frame? No, you don't need to do a full orbit. You suppose that's not Lincoln, Nebraska? No, I've never been to Lincoln, Nebraska. I can't even see where my periapsis is. Just think it's still inside the planet? Yeah, it is. There we go. 22 kilometers. That's actually 70 kilometers, so I pushed it a little bit too far. Beantown says, does anybody know why my Kerbal game would be lagging? I'm on a suborbital trajectory in a small lander near Minmus. I have a few mods, but it was working fine a moment ago. See, this is one of the reasons why I tend not to do modded games. You can get so many more problems than unmodded. We're actually coming in at a different angle. We've gone out on this is a 40-day journey, so this better work for our Kerbals. So I'm going to start trying to bring in. Yeah, looking good. We've got an encounter with. That's the moon. I don't want an encounter with the moon. If we got an encounter with Minmus, that would have been great, because we could have gone on a spacewalk and then just popped back in again. But we'll do that some other time. Mr. Beantown, I would ask on some sort of KSP forum about that. Or maybe look at your system diagnostics, see what might make it lag. Is your graphics card maxed out, CPU, you're running low on memory? I've just realised that we're still using the second stage right now. I'm not going to try and land with the first stage. I mean with the third stage. I'm just going to discard it. We're actually relatively close to landing near the Space Center. I don't think we'll make it back to the Space Center, but... So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just disconnect from the second stage and the third stage from each other. There we go. What do you think of that joystick? And if you like it, can you tell me which model it is? It's on my website. If you go to masterhellish.net, all my equipment, my microphone, my joystick, and all that sort of thing is on there. I have very limited joystick experience, so I don't know a lot about joysticks and stuff, so I don't feel like I'm qualified to review it in any sort of way. Our periapsis is starting to drop quite quickly. I mean, it does the job for what I want it to do. KSP is taking up 40% of CPU, so it's not maxing it out. My overall CPU at the moment is 14%. I'm running KSP and streaming, so although the streaming is going through the graphics card. Okay, hopefully we've fixed JBay and Network 17's problem here. I'd like to send one of these two to the moon. So I don't know, JBay, are you still on the stream? In fact, either of you, JBay or Network 17, are you watching on stream now? Because if you are, I'm going to have a look. I'm going to try and work out where you might like to be. You don't think it's the mods? Okay. I'm not sure if Network 17 or JBay are here right now. They're both Viewer Plus subscribers. A Viewer Plus subscriber is somebody who supports the channel directly, just like Lexi. Thank you very much, Gamer Girl Lexi. It's cheaper than a Twitch sub. Supports me directly with no middleman taking half the money. You get a few benefits, and even though I host the service myself, all your payments are securely handled by PayPal. Right, well, we're coming in for re-entry now, and it looks like we're coming in pretty fast. We're going to land in the dark. Oh, the antenna broke off. I'm going to attempt to detach us from that stage. The SAS was disengaged. I don't know why. But I don't know where that stage has gone. It got ripped off. It got ripped to pieces. But we are currently 20 kilometers up and slowing down fast. Again, we're slowing down quick enough that I'll be able to open chutes. YouTube is a few seconds behind Twitch. Ah, well, there you go. Drogue chutes are up. Drogue chutes are open. Main chutes are up. Main chutes are open. Hopefully this time they'll be level 3. And then maybe Brandon, if Brandon wants to be level 3, I'll do a viewer plus stream on my Discord. So every now and then, you know when I say I've done stuff between live streams? More often than not, I actually stream it on the Discord servers. So if you're not on the Discord servers, yeah, get over there and get yourself hooked up. Okay, seeing as JBay or Network 17 don't seem to be here right now, who should we send to the moon? Which one of them should we send to the space station around the moon? It's a fantastic question, isn't it? Okay, there we go. They leveled up this time. Science is still good. We haven't spent it yet, but I'm kind of feeling like we should get the miniaturization, although I really, really want to get the field science to make a rover. Because the next thing we're going to do is, now that we've got some level 3 people, you vote send JBay to the moon. What we're going to try and do is send a lander and a cuckoo to the moon. So here's a Buzzard 5. The standard Buzzard 5. We just used a Buzzard 5. Those are the only two Those are the only two people that we've got to level 3. The only two scientists, I should say, that we've got to level 3. JBay and Network 17. So yeah, this is the standard Buzzard 5, but on top we've got a lander and a cuckoo. And what we can do is put JBay or Network 17 in the lander. When we get to the space station, jobs are good. And oh yes, the giveaway. I'll set up the giveaway while you guys are saying who you think we should send to the moon. Okay, let's see. Let's do a giveaway for what we got here. Yeah, we'll do that game. That's a long game name. Away Journey to the Unexpected. I feel that's kind of appropriate right now. Okay, so the giveaways, custom giveaway. We're doing a game giveaway. Now remember, you can only enter the giveaway if you are on Twitch or YouTube. And if you're watching on YouTube, you will need to come over to the Discord server to claim your prize. There we go. So the giveaway is up and going. Follow the instructions on YouTube or Twitch to take part in the giveaway. DJX says JBay. I think JBay. JBay is going. So if we put JBay into the lander craft, we'll try and send them to the moon. The only problem is that if this, I haven't tested this craft, and if it fails, we're in trouble. Like big trouble. What's its thrust to weight ratio? 4.8. I mean, it should be fine. Should be fine, I think. Probably. Don't know, actually.
This'll probably work.
This'll probably work, Egg. Yeah, you're right. Right, here we go. So it's quite a tall rocket with a weird shape. We're going to warp to sunrise because solar panels. We're going to... Looks like the interface has got smaller for some reason. No idea why. We're going to check the staging. So good job I checked the staging because there is a weird stage there we do not want to activate. So we activate all the engines and the side boosters, drop the side boosters. When we separate the second stage, we can deploy the fairing before then. Then we want to activate the second stage engine separately. So that is this one. And then all the other engines we don't want to touch until we get to the space station. So, throttle to maximum, SAS on, let's launch. Okay, looking good so far. Get ready to do a bit of throttling down. I suppose the only way to get hellish points is by subscribing. No. There are a few different ways you can get hellish points. Just watching, you get hellish points. We've picked up a lean on it. Going to try and correct it. There we go. So yeah, just by watching and chatting you get hellish points. You can get hellish points by donating, but the best way to get hellish points is being by a viewer plus subscriber, because you get a bonus lot of hellish points every single day. Right, here we go. We're about to separate the side stages here. Now these are the finless ones, so I'm going to rotators, try and fling them out. Yeah, I think it worked. And we are nearly 30 kilometers up, so I'm going to start our maneuver over sidewards. Remember, we have no parachutes on this vessel. If this all goes horribly wrong, J-Bay is in serious trouble. What I will say though is the lander that J-Bay's in is capable of landing on curbing if you can slow it down enough to begin with. Okay, we're nearly at 80k, so I'm going to just throttle down, bring us over onto our side. We're going to blow the fairing in a second. Here we go. Fairing deploy in 3, 2, 1. There we go. I love a good fairing deploy. And now we're throttling up to try and make orbit. We've got the height, but we need the width. How are you going to get him back from the moon then? He's not going to the surface of the moon, he's going to the space station. And if you want to go... and if he wants to come back from the moon space station, then we will go and send a rocket to pick him up. We'll do a transport mission to go get him. You can rename Kerbals, yes, but you have to edit the save file. It's a bit dodge. I don't know a way of doing it properly in the game. I don't think you can do it properly in the game. Oh, we're a bit bendy. This is a bit of a bodge though. We've got a first stage, a second stage, and 2 vehicles on top of it. Right, here we go. We're just about to lose the first stage and ignite the second stage. So that first stage will fall back to the planet. And we're going to carry on burning and see if we can get this to the moon. I'm pretty sure my action group is safe to use here. There we go. Solar panels are out on everything. So this moon lander is to transport 2 people up to and from the surface of the moon. and it also has science in there, so that should be good. It should be very good. Just adjusting our throttle, our direction. Good to see someone doing a proper job of KSP. You've had it in the game library for ages. It's too finicky. I wouldn't say it's finicky. I would say you've just got to learn certain things, like the aerodynamics and using the right things at the right time for, I mean, there's certain things, and if you learn them as a general rule, you can pretty much figure out how things are going all by yourself. Right. We will make orbit. I'm almost certain we'll have enough throttle to get to the moon. The moon lander itself is full of, well, it's got fuel in it, but we are losing the fuel. You know what? I'm going to disable the crossfeed. Because I don't want the lander to completely run out of fuel. You get bored of learning. I mean, learning is one of the bits I like the most about it. Right, we're going to just make orbit now. We've got over 1,000 meters per second of delta V. I think that's enough to get to the space station. And we are in orbit. Okay, so where's the moon? There's the moon. So we just need to wait until we're about here in our orbit, which we nearly are. And then we're just going to start burning prograde. We should see the moon over there. We've done this quite a few times, so I'm just going to burn through it. Yeah? No? Maybe? So at the moment, this is the second stage of the Buzzard 5, pushing a lander and a tug vessel called a Cuckoo. The Cuckoo has the grabber on the front. I don't know if I actually set up any key controls for that one, but I can't remember if you can change the vehicle's key assignments and stuff whilst you're flying. I don't think you can, which is a shame. Okay, there's 1 minute on the giveaway, so if you want to enter the giveaway you can do. Remember, just follow the instructions that got posted in the chat. Oh, we are starting to run out of... This is a heavy load to push to the moon. We might actually have to use the fuel on the lander and the Cuckoo separately. I don't know. We'll see. Or we could borrow a bit of the fuel. It doesn't matter if we borrow a bit of the fuel because there's some fuel at the space station. But here we go. We're just about to do it. Wow, these two craft are heavy. I mean, I could have tried to take them in there one by one. We need to make sure we're going the right way around the moon at roughly the right distance. So that is a periapsis of 34 kilometers. Where's the space station? There it is. Orbit's at 40. So ideally we need to flip this round and push it out a little. I think we'll be alright. I think it's going to be more efficient to push the two craft separately in. Oh, look at that. The slightest bit of power and it just completes it, knocks it out. I wasn't ready for that. Okay. Here we go, a little bit of prograde. We're aiming for 40 kilometers. That's 61, 55, 51, 40. There we go, almost perfect. We'll warp to there. I really feel like the bottom of this vessel is weighing us down quite a lot. I feel like we'd probably be much more efficient if we took the other two segments separately. Actually, the lander could probably do the job. It'd all be much lighter. And we've got... the only problem is I can't cross-feed the fuel from the tug. I don't think. Oh, I can. Okay. I mean, they're vacuum optimized though. Let's do it. Let's do it. Here we go. So we're going to use what fuel is left to do a retrograde burn. Then we'll ditch that second stage. You can no longer enter the raffle. We'll pick the winners shortly. There we go. So that's that second stage completely done and spent. So we're going to undock from there. This is now useless, so we will just call this nip in here and just rename the probe. It's actually just trash. And then we'll just switch to this vessel. I'm going to manually activate the two engines on the back. And in theory, we've got quite a lot of fuel and a relatively light vessel. So hopefully we can do a nice job of this. So if I... Yep, looks like we're good. Where's... Oh, the space station's right behind us. Why are we spinning wildly? What's going on? Why are we spinning like crazy? I'm just going to use a tiny bit of the RCS to help. What? Oh, it's facing the wrong way. Open control from here. There we go. So this isn't so good now. We're going to have a really rubbish orbit. We're going to have to work a little bit to push these two things together. Oh, how close did I push to the surface? Too close. Oh my goodness. Right. I think we've got plenty of fuel. Think. This probe should be able to get us to where we need to be. Just need to shift the orbit round really, and I just hope that we can do that without expending too much fuel. Like I said, once we get to the space station, we can refuel. It's not a problem. I think we've got plenty of fuel. Nah, well, even if we haven't got plenty of fuel, as long as we stay in orbit of the moon, we can just do a little fuel resupply mission. It's not the end of the world. The end of the world is crashing into the surface of the moon, which I don't want to do today, please. Right, here we go. Let's just correct that. Okay. So now we've got a target there of the space station. If we go retrograde, our two orbits are very close together. The ascending node's not too bad. So let's just look for an intersect. There's a separation. Oh, there's one here as well. Oh, they're getting closer together. What's that? Separation 2.7 kilometers. I like that. We'll have it. almost certainly we're looking good here. The only problem is that whether we lose connection, and we do have ComSat 2 round here and ComSat 1 there. So in theory, ComSat 1 should keep us cool. We do need more ComSats around the moon. That is for sure. Right, before we lose power, let's extend the solar panel on the lander. Now there's the space station, so we're going to go target mode, put ourselves in a reverse relative velocity. And we're just going to try and align ourselves in terms of relative speed, so that our relative speed is essentially 0. Then after we've done that, we will turn and face the target and burn towards it. Again, we've got over 1,000 meters of delta V, so that's plenty to play with here. Whoa, steady. We got any decent lights on this? I know we've got landing lights on there.
Fantastic.
And we have got decent lights on it. Okay, cool. Pro Pizza, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. Just trying to get to our lunar or mooner space station, I should say. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to burn probably 20 meters per second towards our target. That doesn't put us on a crash course with the planet or anything. With the moon. No, it doesn't look like it. I'm a little bit impatient. Separation will be 200 meters over there, so let's warp to that. Get ready to cancel the warp in case we start going too far away. No, that's cool. We're doing good. We need to go retrograde on this though, because it is going to go past us the wrong way. But there's our space station. There's the lunar space station. It's been a while since we've seen that. So I think we're going to have to go in a lot more careful than what we just did. We went in at 20 meters per second. We're not going to do that this time. At least we've got enough fuel. Remember, this is actually two separate craft that we're bringing over at the same time at the moment. So there is 2 lots of reaction wheels on this. So it makes it quite easy to turn, even though it's quite big. Okay. We're just going to do a very gentle, I would say, like maybe 3 meters per second or 5 meters per second. That will do the job. We don't want to crash into the space stations, and J-Bay is our first occupant of a space station. We haven't even managed to get people up to the space station that's going around Kerbin yet. When we get closer, we'll null out our relative velocities, we'll separate the craft, and we'll get them both docked up, and it'll all be lovely. Here we go. Looks like we're not going to crash, which is good. We're getting a bit too close though with that solar panel. There we go. Let's just quickly go into docking mode and put the RCS on. There we go. Alright, okay, so we've got 2 craft that we're going to separate now. I'm going to manually decouple the separator. There we go. So where's the lander going to go? I guess the lander goes on one side and the other module goes on the other side, so I don't want the other bit to float away forever. So let's do extend the solar panels on this one. We'll set that as the target. We've got RCS turned on and we're in docking mode, so we're going to turn the engine off. The engine's already off. Okay, so that one's off on that. Are we docking both at the same time here? Oh look, they're about to actually just bump into each other just ever so slightly. Gently. There we go. That's fine, that's not a problem. Right, we're going to control from here of that port there, and we want to go to this port here. So, oh my goodness, the other one's about to crash into us as well now in a minute. What we'll do is we'll do the cuckoo first. We'll leave that one. So let's turn its lights off because that's not going to help us. The docking port on this one's actually on the side. So if we control from here, come out of docking mode so that we can rotate ourselves round. There we go. That'll do. That's roughly in the right way. Back into docking mode. Here we go. But being a little bit impatient and using a little bit more RCS than I probably should do. I think we're going to get too close to it before we get further away. Before we get like in the right lateral range. We're pretty close though. Okay, here we go. This is the final dock. We need to just line that up. It's looking good to me. There we go. The cuckoo has landed. So the cuckoo is something that can rearrange the space station. It can go off and refuel something and come back. It is pretty much a little zip around fixer-upper. You could even use it to rescue people. So we're just going to align that so that it is straighter on the space station. Fantastic. There is a cuckoo on the Kerbin space station, but I have no idea where it is. Let's just now, oh, not time warp, let's switch over to the other craft. And this one has got lights on here, so we're going to control from that docking port and we're going to set that as our target. It is, okay. So I think we'll come out of docking mode, we'll turn off the engines, because that just seems like a terrible idea to fly around with the engines turned on. And then when we're in docking mode, is this the right way round? No. We want to be this way, I think. Yep, that's right. Right, hang on a second. Let's pause the game and pick the winner. I forgot to pick the winner. Jackamat, congratulations. Oh, right. Mr. Beantown was the person on Twitch, but you know, not verified, so you can't chat. How strange. You can re-verify, though. So, just making sure that we're facing the right way, roughly. We're coming in on the dark side of the space station, so that's that does make it challenging, but we are coming across about right. And we've got the lights on so we can see anyway, so that's good. Now we're coming in a bit fast, but we are coming in good. Don't want to. So this is the bit that people will be able to go down to the surface of the moon on. Here we go. Looks good to me. Oh, I'm getting a pro at that. Look at this space station now. Habitation modules, science modules, a lunar lander, fuel, science and everything. And of course that's what J-Bay has come here to do. So what we're going to do is actually get J-Bay out of the lander. So we're going to turn all lights off for now. Although we should be alright actually. Now let's turn all the lights on. And we're going to get J-Bay to get into the mobile processing lab. So we're going to right click this section here, transfer crew, and EVA J-Bay. Turn on your RCS. And we're going to head you down to the mobile processing lab and get you in there. Should be relatively straightforward to do. So these adapters on the end of the mobile processing lab, the idea of them was for me to be able to do new... Oh, hang on a second. Grab. There we go. Was to be able to add more science modules if we ever need to. So there we go. J-Bay is now in the space station. Can he not transfer directly? I don't think so. Transfer crew. Transfer. Oh. Yes. I think the answer to your question is... I didn't know you could do that. I guess with the way that I've built the space station, it makes sense. We've got all the docking ports in the right place to do it. Fantastic. So now if somebody wants to come and visit the space station, they can do. We can refuel all of these. So there is the fuel on that. We can go in and refuel from the main canister, so that the lunar lander can just go up and down and up and down. I don't know why I EVA'd. I'm in a fully locked station. The Cuckoo, I can't remember how much fuel's on the Cuckoo. But let's refuel the Cuckoo while we're at it. Transfer is definitely simpler and safer. There we go. Everything is all hunky and dory here now at the space station for the moon. I would like to add big fat solar arrays on this. I also feel like we could dock something up here, but we're running out of docking spaces. Now you've got the crew center and then like another docking port there. So if you don't count the 4 science docking ports, there is actually one on the end of the refueling station. There's one over here, so there's 3, 4. We have still got 4 spare. And of course the Cuckoo's got an extra one just in case. Experience for J-Bay. J-Bay is a level 3 scientist. So we'll be able to do some research in there soon. We haven't actually got anything that we can do research of yet. That'll be next time. I'm sure J-Bay enjoyed the possibility of eternally floating through the emptiness of space. It's not going to be floating through the emptiness of space. It's orbiting around the moon. Right. Well, we're going to turn the lights off because, well, there's the sun and that's fine. Overall, we're looking good. We're looking very good. We need to keep an eye on the monopropellant of the lander, though. We do need monopropellant fuel at the space station, so maybe that's something that can go on the end of here. And I would love to have some sort of solar array So I'm thinking maybe we have a long module that comes out that way and this way with like a folded arm that like folds out a couple of times, and then we have solar panels on it. That's definitely something I'd like to do. So let's go back to the Space Center. But J-Bay is our first space resident, which is pretty cool. Let's just go to our Kerbin space station. Actually, let's just trash that trash and get rid of the debris. That is debris. Let's just... I'm pretty sure that this is rubbish. I'm just going to double check. I'd hate to terminate something that was useful. Yeah, look, it's the decoupling ring. I can yeah, you're right, Egg. I can almost make a docking junction. Does trash stay floating around in space, or you can just remove? You remove it. You terminate it. So you terminate that. We've got a piece of trash going around here. We'll terminate that, and the debris of the adventure craft that landed. We can recover that. So then we've got a few flags. I'll turn the flags off. And that leaves us with some communication satellites around Kerbin, some communication satellites around the moon, a science base on the moon, a science base on Minmus, a moon base, and a space station around the moon, a space station around Kerbin. Thank you, Egg. I'm hoping to get this joystick set up so I can do what do you call it? RCS controls. So you can't see very well because we're in the dark, but I'll turn the lights on and you can see that this is extremely similar. I haven't extended the solar panels of the Cuckoo yet. There we go. So we've got a Cuckoo and we've got the same modules as the other one. We do currently have these extended, which I've found is very dangerous for any sort of docking activities, so we'll get rid of them. So what we need to do now is bring up the other scientists to the module that's orbiting Kerbin. My face was in the way. I don't know what my face was in the way of, but we got rid of it anyway. So let's go back now to the Space Center, and we're going to launch up our scientist. Then we have to figure out like how we're going to do some science on the moon and bring that science back. Maybe our scientist should actually be one of the ones that travels down to the moon's surface. Let's see. I think an Eagle 3, an Eagle 1 with a transport module on top. Yep, this will get us to the space station. No problem. Check the staging. Yep. Okay. That looks good. Okay, and it also gives us the option to return as well. What I'll do is we'll go up with... Who's our scientist? Network 17. Network 17 is going to go and stay in the space station. And... I just feel like one of our other Kerbals should go up with Network 17 for a while. Although Sixer and Nudger have had their training, so maybe Sixer could go up there for a bit. No, we'll leave the seat empty for now. And we'll leave this connected to the space station for a bit, I think. Because we can always use it for a rescue mission if we refuel it. Hasn't got a lot of fuel, this. It only can, I think it can only just get to the space station. So we'll see. Okay, is it sunrise? It is sunrise. So let's open up all of the different things. Turn the SAS on. Throttle to maximum. Quick sanity check of our staging. And yep, we're good to go. In 3, 2, 1. There we go. So I think I started last live stream, not this one, but the previous one, with one of these rockets actually attached to the space station, and we brought them back. I can't remember how much it's costing me to send Network 17 up there, but never mind. Do you get your own Kerbal by becoming a Twitch sub, Patreon, or whatever? I don't do Twitch subs, I don't do Patreon, but what I do is the Viewer Plus program. So Viewer Plus is like my version of Patreon, except there's no middleman, and people are selected at random from the group of Viewer Plus subscribers. Okay, we're just about to drop boosters. I'm going to cruise up a little bit more. Yeah, so not every Viewer Plus subscriber is in the list, but whenever I need to add somebody into the game, then I look at the list of Viewer Plus subscribers and we select somebody at random. Oh, I didn't launch when the space station was flying overhead. That's going to make rendezvous a little bit more difficult, isn't it? Oh, the space station's actually not far away. We might be alright. We might be alright. So the next thing is we're going to do is we're going to deploy the fairing, and I think we'll do that now. There we go. There is a little bit of atmosphere still, so those parts go hurtling towards the ground. There is a downside to becoming a Viewer Plus subscriber, and that's I might accidentally smash you into the surface of the moon. But on the... let's just make sure our velocity is about right. Yep, we're doing good. But on Tuesdays we do Kerbal Space Program, and on Thursdays at the moment we're doing RimWorld. So I'm using Viewer Plus subscriber names in RimWorld as well. If you make an orbit higher than the station, it will catch up. Yeah, I mean we've even got to get into orbit yet. I think the space station around Kerbin goes around at 100 kilometers, so we'll see. Face palming into the moon. I did kill 3 Viewer Plus subscribers for doing that. I feel so bad. I felt horrendous for doing that. Right, okay. Well, we are nearly in space. I'm not 100% sure why I've got so much RCS on this vessel. It doesn't need it. It needs some RCS, just a little bit, just for docking with the space station. You can dock without RCS, and the way that you do that is you have the 2 things that you want to dock, and you rotate them with SAS until one's pointing at the other one. And then you go switch to the other one and you rotate that one until it's pointing at the other one. And you have to just do it so that they're both pointing at each other correctly. So like the docking ports are perfectly facing each other. And then you do a little burn just to go towards it. And you just rotate this one a little bit, rotate that one a little bit. And you just keep rotating them until you meet. And I did do that for something. I think it was for the fuel tank on the space station. But it's definitely much better with RCS. Okay, so we're looking pretty good. Space station is slowly catching up with us. Our burn is bringing us to a nice altitude. Don't really want to go past 100 kilometers up though, so I'm actually going to slow the burn down and stop the burn there. Looks like we've come up slightly wonky. Not really too much of a problem, but never mind. I think what we're going to do is we're going to try and make a rover. Makes sense to me. Right, so here comes the space station. We're using up the last of our fuel on the first stage. Then as soon as that fuel's spent, we will pop open the second stage. And start burning with that one. Like I said, there's not a massive amount of fuel on this, but it's a relatively light craft, so we should be alright. Nearly made orbit. Plenty of fuel remaining. Still suborbital at the moment. Here we go, and there we go, we're orbital. Just going to keep it burning just for a little bit longer. That'll do, that'll do. We're a bit wonky, but I'll fix that. So let's set the space station as our target. It's behind us, so we're going to have to try and catch up with it. Just going to try and push our orbits a little bit closer together. There we are, that's better. So looking at this, yeah, it's behind us. So we need to let it catch up. So let's do a little prograde burn and push our apparatus up a little bit. That should do it, I think. We should be on course to meet up with the space station in just that one burn. I mean, when I say meet up, we're going to get close. We're still going to have to do adjustment burns and actually dock. Okay, so where is the space station? There it is. 23 kilometers away. 23 kilometers away. That's not too bad. We've got a very big difference in distance here. So we're going to use quite a bit of fuel to get to it, but remember we can refuel at the space station. That's not a problem. So just for turning we don't need the RCS. The RCS is really for translation only, not for turning. If you're using RCS to turn a vessel, there's something wrong with your design. So we're going to boost straight towards it at 50 meters per second, I think. That is enough to slowly deorbit us. But we're okay for a while. What's the separation there? 18 kilometers. Okay, so looks like I haven't managed to do a good second burn. We're still too far out. Gonna have to be really careful here. I could end up running out of fuel. Then we'll have to do a rescue mission for our own scientist. There we go. What we've got a separation of 9 kilometers there. Okay, 9 kilometers is better. Let's see. Guess if I do a little bit of, we might be able to just push our retrograde marker onto the target. Does that do it? What's our intersection there? Separation is 7 kilometers. And 1.2 over there. Brilliant. We'll have that. We are really close now. Just don't know where it... Oh, there it is. It's over there. Right. Why? SAS on, please. Retrograde. We're actually going further away from it. Didn't realise that at this point we would be going further away from it, but never mind. That should do it. That's our final approach. We're going to get within 200 meters easy. And then that'll be network 17 in our on our Kerbin space station. And we'll actually have an aircraft. We'll actually have a spaceship there docked that we can use for probably a rescue mission or something. We'll just leave it docked in space until we want to do something about it. Right then, which docking port are we going for? It's this one, isn't it? We'll set that as target. We'll control from here. Turn it round, and we're going to do just a gentle, just a couple of meters per second towards it. Then we'll turn the engine off. It sort of reminds me, actually, we need to be careful that we need to turn the engine back on for the moon lander before we attempt any sort of landing. Okay, space station needs its SAS turning on. And I guess we should go into RCS mode now because we're close enough. Shut down that engine. So can I? Oh, see, look, I can translate. Steady. Well, this is not the best way of doing it. We did just bump the station a little bit. Okay, I am actually doing it with the controller here. There's a little, if you didn't know, there's a tiny little joystick here, but the problem is that I don't know. Oh wow! Oh, okay, so I might actually be able to do this complete with the controller. The only problem is that I have to keep moving. I'd have to keep moving the camera to be able to do this. I did bump the station slightly, yes. I did pick up a small amount of rotation. Okay, I'm going to try and do this left-handed. I mean, we're coming at an angle, but I've turned the SAS off and I've turned the RCS off. There we go. Alright, okay, so we did manage to use the joystick. It's just a little bit weird. And then we can do a transfer crew, transfer to the mobile processing lab. And now we can, I think, press C to look inside. Oh, that looks cool. So we've got tools, parts, test, experiment, science, snacks. Definitely need snacks. Fantastic. You can see out the window. Good thing it's a game then, and in real life it could have resulted in some very serious damage to both station as well as craft. Well, it depends how fast the bump was, doesn't it? I must say I did actually dock that very well. Right, whilst I'm here, before I forget, we will Oh my goodness, this one's much more full. But we will refill this aircraft, this rocket, with fuel. We could actually probably come up here in something that is pretty much empty and just refuel it. And then use that refueling to then go back down. So there we go. We now not only have our Network 17 in the science module ready to process some science, but we have a spare transport ship attached to our space station as well. Right, I'll turn the lights off, turn the SAS off, and we'll go back down to the surface. That's pretty good, that. Yeah, it's transferring like that is definitely better. Most space station stuff is really flimsy. Yeah, that's a interesting point actually. Right then, so what we're going to do now is we're going to do a bit of building. We've done a lot of flying, we've put a lot of Kerbals in a lot of places. Now it's time to relax with a little bit of building, and then maybe we'll do something silly. We'll get the Kestrel 4 out and fill it with fireworks or something like that. I don't know. That's true. In real life, the whole flight path is already calculated, and you know, there's like danger zones. It's not somebody controlling it with a joystick and then trying to control 2 or 3 things at once and stuff. So yeah. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to R&D, and we are going to unlock this here, this field science. It's a lot of science to spend, but I feel like we've got good capability for getting more science now. So we'll do that research, which gets us the rotors and stuff, but it gets us the new Rover Max wheels and the command seat. Yeah, there's still people there to check and double check everything, as there should be. As there should be. Right then. So let's load up the... what we got here. Rover. My test rover 1. And it is a test rover because I put like this landing can on it because I didn't have the command and control seat that I wanted. So I was thinking if I put like one of them in the middle, I mean that is facing the wrong way. I'll undo that. There we go. Then we can have it so that like 3 of them can ride this thing. There we go. Are you going to get KSP 2 when it's out? I do intend to get it, yeah. Whether I'll get it and have the time to play it or not, that could be a different situation. Okay, that looks good there now. What else was I going to change on this? Oh, the wheels, that's right. Make this into a proper rover. Of course, we'll test this rover without Kerbals on it first. And then somehow we've got to get it to the moon. Oh my goodness, these wheels are a lot bigger than what I thought they were. So what we're going to do is we're going to have steering disabled at the back. Just get them nice and in alignment. Looks good to me. Okay, so this is Test Rover 1 iterate. Well, I suppose it's Test Rover 1.1 now, but we'll save that in the rovers category. And make sure nobody is on board, which they're not. We're probably going to need a load more solar panels on this now. I don't know what electrical charge they take up. Let's have a look. So they require 2.5 electrical charge per second, which actually makes it quite easy. So the whole rover's wheels is 10 per second. And this solar panel can generate 1.6 electrical charge per second. So we actually need a lot more than that. One point six. Yeah. Do you happen to have any tutorials on making planes at all? Yours are very difficult to apply. I would say definitely check out your center of thrust, center of mass, and center and your aerodynamic overlay. Getting that right is important, but check out online tutorials. There's quite a few of them, but I've found that Scott Manley's tutorials are probably some of the best. 2.5 per second is only when they're accelerating. Good point, Mr. Beantown. Very good point. Maybe I could do something like this. I do kind of like the look of that. Let's send it. Let's go for a drive. So I can do RCS translation with the joystick. I just need to double check that it's set up right. I'll go into a test world. Okay, so it looks like the panels are aligning themselves. We can turn SAS on, but you can see how the rover kind of rocks from side to side. That's the reaction wheels. So if I press 1, it disables that, which is much better. We can turn the brakes on. We can open the landing gear, put the lights on, take the brakes off. Oh my goodness, that's a lot faster than the other one. Well, there go all the solar panels. Oh, look, it can't quite flip over. Now it can. It's got a Shremek. Oh, it's not long enough, or is it? Yeah, it is long enough. I figured if it works on curbing, then it should work pretty much everywhere. So we've already smashed the solar panels off, but there are some more solar panels on board. We should make it near impossible to smash the solar panels off. That would be much more preferable, wouldn't it? I did turtle myself a little bit. For me, it's the solar panels which is the difficult bit about this one. Can we get up on here? Let's see if it'll let us. Oh, look at it go! Yeah, we lost the science modules. Let's recover the vessel. Don't know if it would be hard to use low gravity on your don't know it will be hard to use on low gravity celestial objects. What would be hard? That rover? Don't know. We'll find out. You like the lights on the front? 10 out of 10 for design. Thank you very much. Okay, so these solar panels are no good there. What if we just add like 1 million of these on? Various different places? I mean, they're unlikely to explode, right? We kind of need a roll bar above the Kerbals as well, so they don't get splattered. Oh, I like that. I don't like the Z fighting. Let's move them out a little bit. Maybe it only happens here. And I guess we could do something similar up there. I mean, it creates a nice pretty pattern. What? Right, where do we go for structural? Yeah, so we've got a strut there. And a fuselage. I mean, these things are heavy, so we don't want that. I guess. I don't know. There is this small cubic thing that I could put on as a roll, anti-roll device. Or as a roll protection device, I should say. So that's probably a bit high. Oh, you're off to bed? Well, thank you very much for coming by. Take care. Hopefully I'll see you soon. Okay. Yeah, so they're clipping on and off. I think I want much more control over that. There we go. So we've got an anti-roll bar at the front, or at least a roll protector. It's 12:40 AM. Is there a 12:40 AM? Anyway, have a good night. And I guess really we could do something similar up here to try and protect the panels up here. I don't know what the impact tolerance of this thing is. Let's have a look. A lot. A lot. Otherwise known as... Oh, right, yeah. 40 minutes past midnight. It's very easy to confuse me when I'm streaming this late at night. Okay, let's save this to the rovers. There we go. We'll give it another go. I don't know how we're going to do with this many solar panels, though. We'll see. But like you say, you only need that much when you're accelerating, so... It could work, it might work, it might not. Okay, so the first thing we do is turn off the reaction wheels. We'll turn on the lights, open up the roll cage or the safety mechanism. This time we won't crash straight off there. Okay, looking good so far. Bouncy over that, handles it quite well. Yep, got a tiny bit of air there. Okay, don't seem to be able to get it to roll. I've got a funny feeling we could do the back wheels. Oh wait, nearly then. Power situation, we're plus on power charge. I guess if we brake, which this thing does so much better. Yeah, electrical charge goes down whilst under acceleration, but not massively. I kind of want to roll it now, so I need to figure out the best way to do that. Oh wait, there we go. So what exploded? Fix it for a start. So we'll turn the reaction wheels on. lights. I think that was it. I think that's the only thing we lost was the lights from rolling it. Because of our struts and our bits and bobs. I've been working on this design for a while now. It's got this kind of sliding element to it if you leave the reaction wheels on. Okay. What did we lose that time? Oh, we did lose the bar of the roll bar at the top here. That was a pretty bad collision though. It does look happy, doesn't it? Okay, I think we need to improve its turning circle. You'll think it'll lay flat on Kerbals' heads. This is why I put the roll bar bit into it. Oh, we're going to crash. Ah, we're okay. Using landing gear as a head position. Yeah, I suppose I could actually. The only thing is it puts a bit of weight then. Oh, I could put one sticking straight up, couldn't I? Yeah, I like the sound of that. Let's do that instead. The landing gear can just take like total punishment compared to everything else. I find, especially with like landers and stuff for the moon, I test them on Kerbin because if they can land and jump around on Kerbin, they're gonna work on the moon. So let's take that off and replace it with well, the stress tolerance on these two is actually apparently the same. But that one looks huge and ridiculous. So I think it doesn't matter which one we use, and I think this one looks better. How much did it stick out the bottom? Not too bad. Let's turn it round. I mean, I feel like that's a good amount. I mean, it is halfway. Actually, that's not too bad. I think that should protect the Kerbals. Maybe it needs to come up slightly. We can start it retracted as well. Yeah, I mean it moves up in the right way. We've also got access to robotics as well, so we could use robotics as a. We could just plot like a giant hinge on the front, and then go. Just imagine having a lander that you just like flip itself over by doing that. I mean, if we get that actually on its centre of mass, we might even be able to stand on it. It's definitely going to flip over then. We'll give it a go. It's learning experience. It's trial and error. It's having a go. Look, there we go. So we can extend out our protection systems, and then this we can just go. Oh, okay. Traverse rate maximum, dampening minimum, target extension. Whee! I've never really played with any of these telescopic parts before. I think in the last Let's Play I did, they were available to me, but I didn't really use them. It's not an antenna, that's for sure. Okay, so the question now is, apart from this, it could be a walker. You could make a walker. I bet somebody's made a walker. But apart from the stupid thing that we put in there, let's enable rear steering on this again. Give it another go. Should we put a Kerbal on board? XO. Let's put XO in one of the command seats. Yeah, like a pogo thing. But you could very easily like make something that like you could get under an object and then lift it up and stuff. Right, is XO sat in the right seat? No, but that doesn't matter so much. See, I don't think that's going to protect his head. I don't want to test it. I don't want to hurt him. I mean, the top speed's certainly a lot better than the previous one. It's 25 meters per second. Whoa! Well, he fell off. I mean, I didn't mean to do that, but I guess it was a good test. Wow, that was, I don't know whether that was lucky or what, but the fact that he fell off, yeah, it did look painful. I don't think this is adequate. Oh, we can't grab onto the ladder. Oh well, never mind. We'll put a better ladder on there. Although a ladder on a rover is just going to be really... Is it heavy? I don't think it's that heavy. It's not that much of a problem. It did... But, let's reattach this in a different way. So I think if we put one, like, either side of the wheel... have them extended. That is going to save them, isn't it? I kind of like the way it looks as well. That's cool. I like that. And at least it's going to save the Kerbal. Or that's the plan anyway. What was I going to check? Oh yeah, the ladder. This ladder is useless. These steps here. But when I first built the rover, that's all I had available to me. So if we go to utility, we can put this mobility enhancer in. Wow, that is huge. Probably a little bit overkill, don't you think? I mean, what I'll do though is I will angle it slightly. Oh, there's two of them. That's why it looks wrong. Let's try and pick up the right part here. I only want one. There we go. And we can probably just nuzzle that in there a little bit better. So it's only just poking. Cool. Let's save that and give it another test drive, I guess. Hopefully we don't cause any pain to any Kerbals. It's not what we're here to do. It's just a bonus. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so this time Kerbal Exo is sat on the other side. We're going to extend all of that, turn all the lights on. Yep, that looks good. Little bit of a wheelie there almost. Wow. Something went. Oh, it was the front light. Those lights do like to explode, don't they? Well, it's worked. I mean, I don't know if we'll get this thing back over or not. Probably not. Not with the Kerbal attached. But we could do deploy leave seat. You could get off, and then we could turn the rover back over. There we go. Drop the ladder, which I seem to be unable to click because it's too deep in there, so we need to fix that. That was much better, wasn't it, folks? Even though there was a tiny explosion because the light blew up the front, overall we did it much better. I don't think it's something to worry about. This is a very good rover, this. We will take it down into the water in a minute. Should we put a jet engine on the rover? That would be fun, wouldn't it? I think we should maybe do that. Okay, so this is the rover as it stands. That we can't get access to very easily. Nope, that wasn't what I wanted to do. I can't actually get that. I've gone and put it too far inside. Oh no, wait, there we go. I can just get it from beneath. There we are. I suppose I can also action group it too. So we can say custom 1. What's that? Toggle RW? Oh, it'll have to be custom 2. Toggle ladder. There we go. Now, what do you think we put this rover inside or under our aircraft and drop it? I think that sounds like a brilliant thing to do. I don't think it would fit inside our aircraft. Our what was it, the Kestrel 4? Don't think it would fit inside the Kestrel 4. We'd have to just attach it to the bottom, which would be dangerous. Okay, so it looks like we've got a good situation here. Electrical charge is in the positive as long as we're not harshly accelerating. The vehicle is relatively difficult to tip over. You have to have a good try to do that. And if it does... Oh my goodness. Okay. It does appear that our Kerbal fell out again. And we lost the ladder and both lights. So it could flip over onto its front like that. That was dangerous. I thought that was it as well, to be honest. I thought XO was a goner. I like this vehicle. The question is it worth taking to the surface of the moon? See, look, it does flip around. And we can get it back onto its wheels, which is good. I think for curbing it's okay. I was just about to say it's okay. The only thing that seems to explode is the stuff on the front. Everything else seems to be alright. I think it... Oh, one of the... Oh, the wheels popped. I did time acceleration and the wheels popped. I wonder if I can replicate that again. We need an engineer to fix those wheels. Which you could do. You can do that now. So that's good. Well, folks, I was thinking about streaming for some... Never seen wheels pop. There, they can pop. They really can. Yeah, I think if you disabled rear wheel steering, then that would probably be a good rover. I deliberately enabled rear wheel steering to get it to spin more. So what we'll do is we'll turn the rear wheel steering off. There we go. And we'll save that as probably the best test rover I've ever made. Then we'll go over to the editor, the other editor. What about front wheel drive only? I think what you want is front wheel steering only, rear wheel drive. That's usually what you do, isn't it? So if we open the Kestrel 4 and turn it upside down, it's so not going to fit in this bay, is it? Don't save. Rover load. Oh, I meant to merge. Silly me, sorry. Kestrel 4 load. Turn it over. Open, don't save. VAB, rovers, test rover, merge. Yeah, look at the size of it. There's no way that that's going to attach on there. We'd have to use this sort of coupling. And then how the rover would attach to that, I'm not 100% sure, but oh, it would attach like that. And then it would need parachutes. So I don't know where you would attach the parachutes on the rover. I guess you could just give it one parachute, couldn't you? And just hope for the best. And then you just need an action group. Like, I could use the abort action group. So, abort. Oh no, we've already got abort on this one. Custom 1? No. Custom 2? No. Custom 3. Here we go. Custom 3. So, deploy shoot. Somebody's car alarm's going off. And then, can I get this? Yep, there we go. Decouple. So in theory, we can drop that off. The good news is that we can test this all autonomously. Oh. I've just noticed a flaw with my plan. We're going to have to carry it on the roof. Like that. I was going to bash into the... There we go. We'll be able to take off now. We just need to make sure our centre of mass and centre of lift is all good. Where's our centre of mass before we connect it? Zoom in. So before we connect it, the centre of mass is there. So if we try and get that over the centre of mass, it should have limited or no effect. There we go. The Kestrel 4 plus rover. I'm not going to save it. Just going to make sure there's no crew on board before it all explodes and launch it. Right, here we go. So the wheels are already going nuts on the rover. I have no idea why. I need to get rid of that there. Okay. So SAS on. Throttle to maximum. And here we go. So this should take off all by itself and it shouldn't flip around. Yep, that's all still looking good. What if this actually legitimately turns into a half decent way to deploy a rover? No. Steady now. Steady. Fine controls. So the idea I had is that we fly to the location we want. For example, over here. There is something not quite right about the Kestrel 4 compared to the Kestrel. The SAS system just wants to go crazy. Like it just wants to pitch up. And then if I remember correctly, can anybody in the chat remember what... Oh... Yeah, I think it's a cool looking plane too. I think it's a very good plane. There we go. It's struggling a little bit with the rover on its back. But there we go. I think we're travelling good. Yeah, the pitch is really pulling. So what's happening is that the rover isn't in the best position, and the aircraft is constantly having to almost max pitch. There we go. But we are going like 300 meters per second with a giant rover on the back of an aircraft. Oh, sorry. Can anybody in chat remember what the action group was? Oh, here we go. I think we're getting ready to deploy, folks. So the idea here is that to deploy, we roll the aircraft over and drop it. I mean, there's something wrong with this right now. I don't know why it's going so funny. Oh, there we go. We've got it again off. And the rover is on its way down towards the surface. Let Jeb write it down. Jeb's not in this Let's Play. We've got the Viewer Plus subscribers. So there's the rover. The aircraft is about to ditch into the drink, which I'm quite happy to let it do. Let's do full reverse. Full reverse on these jet engines. There we go. They're in reverse mode now. Just dialing off all this speed. There we go, we've landed that. The rover is still slowly coming down. He died last series, we don't talk about that. Yeah, quite a few people died last series, didn't they? And then the rover, in theory, should be able to survive the landing here. Cut the chute. Doesn't seem to want to move anywhere. Is that because of the brakes? Or is it going backwards? Control from here. Nope, there we go. We've got it working. So, I was being a bit silly. But actually, this rover just got deployed off the top of the Kestrel. Landed safely and is now rovering around. If you didn't reload your launches, so many Kerbals would be dead. We only killed, I say only, we've killed 3, but they all died at the same time, so we've only actually had 1 fatal crash. So, yeah. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. So we're slowly getting closer and closer to the Kestrel. It's 18 kilometers away. But this rover is just handling this terrain like a champ. Who died again? Lexi, Matt Strat, and the other. We've got some flags outside the space center. Now that I've changed the rear wheels so that they don't steer, can we still roll this? I bet if we tried we could. Yeah. But once again, we are safe. It just seems to want to go round rather than... Oh, there we go. There we go. That, my ladies and gentlemen, is called a Shremek. No explosions either. I wonder what happens when we open the ladder whilst driving. Okay, the ladder runs are non-collidable. I just had a vision in my head of the ladder coming down, hitting the ground, and the whole thing just poof, tipping straight over. Okay, so the rover is looking good. How's the Kestrel? Yeah, I mean, this is one of those games that definitely takes a bit of learning. There we go. So the Kestrel is splashed down in the water. Our rover is at the coast. So that's a good way to deploy a rover. I think we just need to tweak things a little bit and maybe deploy it a little bit better. But I've got a funny feeling I might be able to get this Kestrel out the water and then land it, finish the stream off. So whilst we've just been having a little bit of fun towards the end of this, I've got a feeling we might actually have something viable here. So let's see what we can do. So we're building up quite a bit of speed. I'm going to lift the nose up. We're doing 60 odd kilometers on the water, but we're not stable. I said kilometers, I meant meters per second. I mean, it kind of makes a good boat if you had any control over it whatsoever. Okay. I don't think this thing's going to take off. We'll give it another chance. We'll settle down. Turn the SAS off. And just pull back. Nothing else. Oh, we got to 70 meters per second then, and I thought it was going to do it. Okay, I'm gonna try. Oh no. Okay, maybe not quite. Oh, actually, I've got a bit of control now. I'm in the right mode. Yeah, I guess SAS. I did turn it off to try and improve things. The back end keeps lifting. I kind of want to make a jet boat now, though. I bet the Kestrel upside down would be... Right, okay. Okay, that's enough Kestrel. Give up. I bet we could rebuild the Kestrel to make a C variant. Turn the throttle down a bit. Okay, yeah, let's try that. Let's try it with a bit more gentle throttle. Slowly build up speed. The thing is, I think as soon as it bounces, we get a problem. There's 40 meters per second. 42, 43. 44, I think we need a little bit more throttle to actually get anywhere. Nearly 50 meters per second. There's 50. We haven't lost control of it just yet. Feels like it wants to. I mean, if nothing, this is the fastest boat I've ever made. I'm having to fight it quite a bit now. Feel like we need more throttle. Gonna run out of water soon, potentially. Oh, we just hit 55 meters per second and then we hit some sort of wave. I'm going to do a little bit more throttle. 55 again. Power up now. Nah, puts it into a spin. We'll definitely try this though. We will make a boat version of the Kestrel or something. I mean, I can't put the brakes on to stop it. It's just floating around. Just takes so long for these things. I mean, I suppose I could... Can I deploy these flaps, like, into the... Ooh. What if we lift the front up with deployed flaps? That might do it. I mean, I'll have to undeploy the flaps. But now it's just going into a... Oh, I can't reach the deploy. Oh, I should have left that on screen. Well, the wings have fell off now. It's a really good... really good aircraft, that is. Really good aircraft. It's yeah, just doing that. What I need to do is I can... Well, let's just recover all those bits to begin with. But if we change the action group, I can actually do the trigger finger to do the deploy of flap. So let's change that. So let's open up the Kestrel 4. And we'll go to the action groups, and for the action groups we've got a custom one here, and that's the thrust reverse. So if we move thrust reverse to 3, so toggle thrust reverser, toggle thrust reverser, toggle thrust reverser, and then brake. Then go to custom 1, remove all them, and then get the deploy. Toggle deploy. There it is, toggle deploy. Deploy angle can be 23. That'll lift us out the water. We're gonna, shall I say, save this as a Kestrel 4? Yeah, we'll save it, because if we ever oh, I launched it, never mind. I'm going to deliberately splash it down and then we'll try again. But this time I can deploy those front flaps with my trigger finger. So SAS on, throttle to maximum. We'll turn the lights on, because why not? Stage. Oh, 6er and Nudger are on board. We have to be careful. Okay, we've taken off. I'm getting ready on the abort button, by the way, folks. So we are now going to splash land. I feel like aborting and trying to get... Yeah, we're going to abort. That's why the abort is there. By the way, this is a good angle that the abort brings it down at. We did lose the engines on the splashdown. Okay, let's try again. Without smashing everything to pieces. This is the last thing we're going to do today. And then I'm going to have to go to sleep because I've got to be up early. And it's gone midnight. And I'm working tomorrow. And I'm digging the garden. So it's busy. But it's cool because I'm enjoying it. And I hope you guys are too. Right then, here we go. So there's the Kestrel. Have we got the deploy angle? Yep, so that's all still set up. We'll get rid of the pilots. We'll save it and launch. There we go. At least we're doing it without pilots in this time. DJ Egg says he's enjoying it. Well, that's good to know, DJ Egg. There we go. So we're going to attempt to land in the water. So as soon as we take off, we're going to reduce throttle. And we'll even... Oh, the reverse did work. I just not powered up the engines. We'll take in... There we go. So we're just going to glide down now. Why am I putting all the ships in the water? We're testing things. We're just having a play. We're seeing how things go. We've already done our missions today. We've successfully got somebody. We've successfully got 4 astronauts home from Midmas. We put an astronaut, 2 astronauts out into orbit of the Sun. And then we've sent 1 scientist off to our moon space station, and 1 scientist over to our space station. Okay, I think that was a successful splashdown. Yep, yeah it is. So the theory now is that if I press this button, it toggles the deployment on the front there, and I should be able to just deploy that full throttle and just get out the water straight away. absolutely wonderful. So if we ever come to a situation where we might have a problem with the water, we can get out of it with the Kestrel. We know we can. The test works. Right, let's try and bring it back to land again. Oh, no, that was too hard. We're going to flame out. Oh dear, this isn't good. This isn't good. There we go. Managed to gain control again. Look at the G-forces on that turn. We pulled about 13 Gs. It is a bit twitchy, actually, compared to the Kestrel 2 with the wet options. Right, engines are going into reverse thrust mode. Landing gears coming down. Whoa, what's going on here? The aircraft just like wanted to nose up into the air. It's alright, I might be able to still glide this back to where we need it to be. I stalled it because the engines are off. I pressed the abort and we saved most of the craft. Yeah, I came in too slow. You're spot on there, Egg. I need to come in longer, lower, and not slower, but like with a more gradual decrease in velocity, rather than going near the runway and then going, I know, I'll put myself in full reverse thrust. But there we go. Nobody was harmed or hurt. We'll recover the rover as well. There we go. So now the situation is pretty good. We've got we did lose 3 Kerbals in a moon crash landing. P.T. Hudson, Lexi and Matt Stratt. We've got 2 Kerbals assigned. So J-Bay is at the Moon Space Station. Network 17 is at the Kerbal Space Station. And we've got several Kerbals to choose from. Hellish Flight Sim stream when I used to love playing the game Ace Combat. And Comanche Gold, helicopter control flight sim game, fantastic, loved it. But I've moved on to other things these days. So if you want flight sim stuff and you're looking for funny stuff and you haven't seen it before, check out Air Force Proud. But cockpit cam would be interesting, Jack and Mac. Maybe we'll check that out sometime soon. But that is going to be all for now. We're going to... I don't know what we're going to do next. I think what we'll do next is we will do some excursions down to the moon's surface to do some science and bring that science back. I think we'll do something similar with Minmus. We've got some missions we still need to do. We've got to do science from the surface of the moon, plant a flag on the moon. We've got to do a spacewalk near Minmus and a few other bits and bobs as well. So we've still got plenty to do, still got plenty to explore, and it would be nice to be able to go to Joule or something with a really good thing. Oh, we have to do refueling. We have to produce fuel on the surface of a planet. I've never done that before. Maybe do a redirect asteroid mission. I didn't have a look at what missions we've got available to us. So we've got orbital station, build a space station, atmospheric surveys, finish a rover, rescue, build an orbital station, map asteroids, and recover a hulk from the surface of the moon. So there's things there. Yeah, we need to get science experiments running on the space stations. I think that's almost certainly what we're going to do next. We need to do science missions to the surface of the moon. We need to do stuff that goes out to Minmus and comes back again. Could you make another Roller Coaster Tycoon World Series? I really like that one. No. I did the Alpha series of that, and I did the Alpha series of Planet Coaster, and then I did a comparison video, and I very clearly said in the comparison video that Planet Coaster is miles better. And I actually have a Let's Play on that series where I do a Back to the Future theme park. I didn't complete that series. It's open-ended, so I could go back to it and do more, but it's not on the cards. It's not on the schedule. But that, like I said, is all for now. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. Thanks for taking part and chatting, joining me tonight. I'll see you soon. Bye for now, everybody.